Ladies and gentlemen, we are live as KRC presents the running of the Goodyear 400 Darlington NASCAR Cup Series Throwback Race. Throwback Race weekend, and it all kicks off on the channel, earlier today with our NASCAR Chase for the Cup 2005 live stream, and now we have this live stream to give you guys a live commentary for today's Cup race as we've done in the past. Excuse me, I just got done eating a sandwich. It's not going down well, but thank you for everybody tuning in. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we are getting ready for today's race. Of course, we are about 20 minutes away from the actual race coverage kicking off and a little bit over a half hour away from the drop of the green flag for today's Cup Series action. Before that, we'll go through the predictions for today's race drivers who I have to run well, to not run well, and other fantasy advice going forward before the race kicks off and before those fantasy lineups lock in. I actually have to get my fantasy lineups locked in as I have not touched them yet. I obviously know the drivers are going to put in because I'm going to tell you guys a little bit of fantasy advice for driver do's and driver don'ts as well. R6, Derek Booth, welcome to stream. Have an important question. Oh boy. Shoot. You can shoot. I got to place my bet for my race winner too. I have not done that yet. I got last week's correct. I did correctly pick Chase Elliott to win the NASCAR Cup Series race at Dover. So we'll see if I can go back-to-back this week. Of course, Elliott's going to have his work cut out for him starting at the rear of the field this weekend. After, unfortunately, wrecking in practice yesterday, after about 15 laps, he had a flat left rear tire. It's definitely something I should have done in between streams. I'm getting that for you guys right this second. Pre-race blunders. Live on KRC. Not Formula 1, come on. Auto Racing, NASCAR Cup Series. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Can you potentially do a poll in the community tab saying who do you think will ever win more than 3 championships again? There is one thing I want to put in the community tab this weekend that I kind of forgot to. I'm also just looking up the odds right now according to Vegas for this weekend, so maybe we can have the poll in the chat itself. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. I guess I can create a poll on here. Alrighty. My betting site is not logging. It's not loading very quickly right now. It's acting very, very slow. Trying to get the odds up for this weekend's race. It keeps sending me to Formula 1. Even though I keep clicking on NASCAR for motorsports. Of course, the Formula 1 race is in Miami and in the United States this weekend. I think it starts, like, soon, if it hasn't started already. It's going to unfortunately hurt the TV ratings for this race today. In sports, let's see, other sports, auto racing, NASCAR Cup, I don't know, this is making me upset that it's not loading. F1 starts the same time as Cup, 3:30. Well, that's just terrible. Wish they could have orchestrated that a little bit better. Eric and Choco Sluss, welcome to the stream. Billy Kramer, welcome as well. Thanks for everybody just tuning in right now. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Getting you started as soon as I get the betting odds pulled up. I'll actually wait to create a poll then. If I can't use the betting odds because those are not coming up right now, then I'll put my fantasy lineup in as we talk about the fantasy advice. That's what you guys came here for, the pre-race, the fantasy advice, live race commentary. You didn't come here to see me look at my phone. So today's pre-race coverage, we'll start about the drivers who you should stay away from for your fantasy lineups first and foremost right now. And then following that, I will go into detail of drivers who will be good picks for your fantasy team this weekend, potential sleeper picks to pull off an upset today and run well, or even the drivers who I think will absolutely run well today and contend for the race win. Pick Kyle Larson. I think that's a good pick. So as Fox is getting ready for their pre-race, we'll get ready here again on ours. We're going to start off with the drivers who you should stay away from coming into today's race. And these are two fan favorites who I don't know if the chat is going to agree with me because they're fan favorites. And we're going to start off with Chase Elliott. I do not think Chase Elliott is going to get a top 10 finish today at the very least. He is the first driver on the don't have list. Of course, he wrecked in practice yesterday with that flat left rear tire, as I mentioned moments ago. So he's starting in a backup car with limited practice on not only a very difficult racetrack, but probably the hardest racetrack to drive in NASCAR. And on top of that, it's a new car. It's a new challenge. Every track we've gone to with this new car has been a challenge. We've seen that over many races this season, especially the intermediate tracks. This one being an intermediate track. It kind of races like a short track. It is still very tight, but it is a fast track at that. I think that's going to come back to bite Chase Elliott. Not only on top of that, his Darlington stats are not that great. He only has 4 career top 10 finishes at Darlington in 10 career starts and only 3 top 10s in the last 8 Darlington starts. His last 4 finishes, 31st last year in the Southern 500, 7th in the spring race last year, but then 20th and 38th in the second 2 races in 2020 at Darlington. He does seem to score stage points, but he's running more often than not in the back half of the top 10 when he does score stage points. He only got 3 stage points in the Southern 500 last year, 3 stage points total in the first Darlington race last season. He had 8 total in the Southern 500 in 2020, and it looked like he had 11 total in that other race in 2020, the second to last Darlington race. That was the midweek race that they ran after coming back from the COVID break. So I would stay away from Chase Elliott today. Again, track position is going to be a big factor. Him starting at the back, it's 400 miles instead of 500. He's definitely likely not going to score stage points in stage number 1. I would have to say stage 2. Maybe he can get up there if he has the speed. I think it's going to be very similar to how Dover was last week when William Byron wrecked in practice and the other 3 Hendrick cars are really good and Byron was off. I just have that feeling that if Hendrick Motorsports is on today, that Elliott will be off and the other 3 will be in the top 10, similar to, like I said, what we had at Dover. So interested to see what you guys have in the comments section. Do you think I could be correct with Chase Elliott? J.O., welcome to the stream. Let's go, Eric Jones. That's who he's pulling for today. Drove a next gen. On iRacing? I would assume iRacing. Maybe NASCAR 21 Ignition. They got the testing available on that game too. So Chase Elliott's going to be the first driver you guys should stay away from. I don't think he gets a top 10 finish. And then, I hate to say it, but my guy Ryan Blaney, this is one of his worst racetracks. I think he should stay away from Blaney this weekend as well. He only has 1 top 10 finish in his 10 career Darlington starts, same amount as Chase Elliott as far as starts go. And that only top 10 actually came in the spring race last year where he finished 8th. The bright side for Blaney this weekend, he was top 10 in practice and qualifying. He was 12th in practice, qualified 7th. So he's hovering right around 10th place this weekend, but his track success at this racetrack, not good. He's only scored stage points in 3 of the 8 races we've had stage racing at Darlington Raceway. Again, 2 of them were last season. So he did perform well here last year, but before that, not so much. Blaney had the best season of his career last year and is having at least starting one of his best consistent seasons of his career again this year. So although he's running better between last season and this season in his career than ever before, I just don't trust that he is going to get a top 10 finish today. So Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, very least I have them finishing outside the top 10. I think he should stay away from him as far as fantasy goes for today. So I'm looking at the chat here kind of consistently just to see what you guys think about that. Looks like Derek Booth is picking Martin Truex Jr. for today's race. Still trying to pull up the Vegas favorites on the side. Haven't been able to really do that yet. Still not refreshing very well. I don't know if the site's down or what's going on right now that I usually use. So outside of the don't have picks, the 2 sleeper picks I have for this weekend as well. One may shock you, one may not. We'll see. We're going to start off with the one that's probably not going to shock you, and that's Ross Chastain. Chastain is a pick for me to at least have another top 10 performance today. He ran very well in the Southern 500 at Darlington last year with Chip Ganassi Racing in the 42 car, and I'd say that Trackhouse this year is better than what last season was with Chip Ganassi Racing. Of course, he failed to qualify for the playoffs last year, but really had a strong end to his season last season, having some good runs in the playoff races despite being a non-playoff driver, and this year's come out of the gates swinging right now. He has the most top 5s of any NASCAR driver in the Cup Series. He has 2 wins, which the only other one who has 2 wins is William Byron, so he's tied for the most wins as well. He's led a lot of laps. He's competing. He's getting good quality finishes, and he's, I believe, 7th in the regular season standings coming into today's race as well. So Ross Chastain is a pick for this weekend. He finished 3rd last year in the Southern 500, finished 9th and 3rd in the stages. And as far as this weekend, it's looking pretty good right now for Ross Chastain as well. He was top 10 in both practice and qualifying, where he ended up qualifying 8th and was 4th fastest in practice. I think he definitely gets a top 10 today. That track position is going to be important, definitely to help him get some stage points in stage 1, and hopefully he can keep that track position and stay ahead of the racetrack going forward in today's race. The other driver on the sleeper picks this weekend is going to be Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon's had some good runs at Darlington in recent years. Finished 2nd in the Southern 500 in 2020. Also has a 4th place finish in the Southern 500 in 2017. Those are his only 2 career top 5 finishes, but for Austin Dillon, he has 11 career starts at the Darlington Raceway, 7 finishes in the top 12, 6 of them in the top 11, and he has 4 finishes in the top 11 in the last 6 Darlington starts. So Austin Dillon's been looking pretty good at this racetrack in years past. The only downside for Austin Dillon is he did not practice or qualify in the top 10, but he's just outside the top 10. He was 13th in practice, and 14th is where he ended up qualifying for today's race. So just outside the top 10. He definitely could get stage points early on in the race. He's close enough behind there. If he could just make a couple passes in the first stage, he can get there and hopefully maintain his way. By the end of the race, though, I do think he will get a top 10 finish. So, again, Austin Dillon, Ross Chastain are the sleeper picks for today's race. Mystic Studios, welcome to stream. Surprised the F1 and NASCAR race is starting at the same time. Well, my guess is I don't know how long in advance the Formula One race schedule was announced for the start times, but my guess is Fox wanted the later start times, and Formula One probably doesn't really care what time NASCAR races start. They're going to start it when they want it to, and they also want the later start times for West Coast viewers of the U.S. So they both wanted the late start times. I don't think they wanted to really coexist with one another. Going to go with Logano. Haven't really thought about it, though. He is on the pole. He's looking fast this weekend. He's had 3 top 10s in the last 4 Darlington starts, so he could have a good run today. I think of Penske, he would be the most likely driver to run well. Cindric was fastest in practice yesterday, but he is a rookie. don't particularly would look high on rookies at Darlington of all racetracks. And Ryan Blaney, like I mentioned, this is one of his worst racetracks on the circuit. 1 top 10 in 10 career starts. Now into the must-have picks. These are drivers you should absolutely have in your fantasy lineups today. And we are going to start off with Denny Hamlin in the number 11. Hamlin is a pick who I almost picked to win this weekend. I think the only reason I didn't is because he didn't qualify particularly well. Qualified 22nd, but he was top 5 in practice. Actually was 4th fastest in practice yesterday. Hamlin has 4 career wins at Darlington, and in fact, in just 19 career starts at the Darlington Raceway, he has finished in the top 10 15 times and in the top 5 11 times with those 4 wins, as I mentioned. 9 top 5s in the last 13 starts at Darlington as well. He led 146 laps in the Southern 500 last season en route to victory in that race as well. So Denny Hamlin is a must-have. I know he's starting out back today, but I still trust he's at least going to get his second top 10 of the year no matter what at the end of the race. Maybe not going to get stage points at stage 1 because of it, but maybe by the end of stage 2 and then into stage 3 he can potentially compete for the win. And like I said, bare minimum, I think he'll have a good points day, and you should have him in your fantasy lineup. The other driver who is not only my pick to win today's race, but you should have him in your fantasy lineup as well, is Kyle Larson. Larson has been dominant at Darlington, as dominant can be, but he has not won at this racetrack yet. I'm predicting Larson to get his first win at Darlington today. He finished second in both races last season. On top of that second place finish, he has finished 6th, 4th, and 5th in 4 of the last 5 Cup Series races this season, so quietly hot streak going for him this year. He has led 608 laps in the last 5 Darlington races combined, and he has also won 3 stages in the last 3 races at Darlington as well. In the last 5 races at Darlington, he has finished both stage 1 and stage 2 in the top 5 as well. So he is not only running up towards the front leading laps, but he's obviously getting the stage points to go along with it. And he looks fast this weekend as well. Qualified second yesterday, was 9th fastest in practice, so he'll have track position. I think he'll get a lot of stage points. I think he'll be the contender to win today's race. I think he'll be the favorite. And Kyle Larson is my pick to win this weekend. Got my first win pick correct last week, taking Chase Elliott at Dover. I'm going to go with another Hendrick driver this weekend at Darlington, and I'm going to take Kyle Larson. Just look at these stats. Larson finished second 3 races in a row at Darlington. Both races last year in 2021. He led 156 laps in the Southern 500, finished second in stage 1, won stage 2, and obviously was right behind Hamlin when the checkered flag flew at the end of the race. Last year in the first race, the spring race, he was kind of progressively getting faster throughout. He started 14th, but ended up with the second place finish like I mentioned. It's still 4th and 5th in the first 2 stages. He finished 3rd and 5th in the first 2 stages in the Southern 500 in 2019. A couple years ago was his 3rd to last start here, and finished second in the race, leading 44 laps. Led 284 laps in the Southern 500 in 2018 and finished in 3rd place. He also won both stages in that race. Finished 2nd and 4th in the first 2 stages in the 2017 Southern 500, led 124 laps. His only finish outside the top 10 in his Darlington career was that race in 2017. He finished 14th, and like I said, he was still running up towards the front, led a lot of laps in that race. Not sure what happened. I can't really remember that race too well. I'm going to guess we probably had a late caution, or he had some sort of an incident late that took him out of a shot to get a really good finish, but he was up there all day. And again, that's his only finish outside the top 10. He has 7 top 10s in 8 career Darlington starts, and he's finished 3rd or better in 5 of the last 6 starts at Darlington. 2nd, 3rd, 14th, and 3rd in the last 6 starts at the racetrack, and he's led at least 44 laps in all but one of those races. 608 in the last 5 combined. So I think easily Kyle Larson's the odds-on favorite today, and he is going to be my pick to win. Terry Road, AP Sports, welcome to the stream. Let's go, Blaney. I'm rooting for him. I hope he proves me wrong, but I don't have him getting a top 10 today. Going to go with Logano. Yeah, I already saw that. Jacques Villeneuve car, Daytona testing 2022. Coming up as a race car driver. Oh, okay. Wish you luck on that road. Surprise pick is Tyler Reddick. Top 5 for him today if he can stay clean. You would think this is going to suit Reddick's driving style with Darlington. I just don't trust him because he hasn't had great finishes at Darlington in his Cup Series career. That's why I didn't really touch on him at all in the pre-race. I'm definitely leaning towards Toyota as the manufacturer to run well in today's race. If I had to pick. Let me know down in the chat below any drivers I have not touched on before the race starts if you want me to talk about them. If you are just tuning in, like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content as well. As soon as the raw feed becomes available, I'll give that to you guys before we start the live commentary portion of today's live stream. Still putting in my fantasy picks as we are talking right now before it locks in the next 10 minutes. You do have 10 minutes before the Fantasy League locks up today. Toyota for sure, then Hendrick Chevys. Yep, that's probably what I would go with. I do think Larson's going to win today, so that would prove strong for Hendrick, but as a whole, or from top to bottom in the organization, I think there's more of a chance that the 4 Toyotas at Joe Gibbs Racing would outrun the 4 Hendrick Chevrolets in today's race. I'm definitely leaning with you on that one. Might be able to get you guys the raw feed now. Then we'll go through today's starting lineup in a few minutes as well, as we're still waiting. Refresh the page, see if the raw feed's available. Remember, the raw feed at Dover wasn't working until pretty much that rain delay started. I'm really hoping that's not the case today, because I can't get it pulled up for the second straight race. At the start of it, at least. Drop of the green flag isn't until 3:45 either. Currently it is 3:31 Eastern Standard Time, so still a little bit out from the start, but I do not have the raw feed available yet. And hopefully it does not take 60 to 70 laps into the race before it becomes available. NASCAR's website never let me down with that until last week, excuse me. Trying to get the betting site to also load back up again. Gonna try to hop back into there so I can put a poll in the chat for you guys on the 3 highest odds to win today's race. And here is the command.
Back, charging the front. What a special day. You hanging around with all these Hall of Famers.
Never mind, they already did it. I forgot my laptop's behind. What I'm hearing in my ear is a little delayed. Okay, here it is. Here is Bill Elliott with the command.
2015 and 1988 NASCAR Cup Series champion from Dawsonville, $1 Million Bill Elliott. Fans, are you ready? Drivers, start your engines.
Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, joined later in the race by
NASCAR is back in action again on Mother's Day weekend at Darlington for our throwback race for the Cup Series this Sunday afternoon. And when they come back from the commercial break, they will be in the middle of the pace laps. We'll probably get a pre-race interview going as well that you guys will get to listen in, depending on who they dial up in the Fox booth. Trying to get the betting odds going. There we go. I finally found the betting odds for this weekend. So I'll put the poll down in the chat. And I was just able to get my bet in. Coyle, welcome to the stream. Guess who you used to be? I have no clue. Who did you used to be, Coyle? 28 people watching right now, 11 likes on the stream. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live commentary for the race is about to start. Why are the cars starting their engines sound like a fart? Oh my gosh. And once we get the live leaderboard available to you guys will get to see the running order of the top 30 throughout today's race, along with all of the interval times and other race statistics throughout the course of the race. Not up on NASCAR's website yet. Still working on it. I'll get that poll to you guys in the chat for predictions of today's race. So according to Vegas, I have just put a poll in the chat. And I'll give you guys until the start of today's race when that green flag drops to vote in the comment section who you think is going to win today's race at Darlington. Specify other down in the chat below as well on exactly who you think is going to win it if it's not one of those three. Voting is between Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, Martin Truex Jr. Those are the three favorites for today's race according to Vegas. Kyle Busch just behind him in fourth, as well as Hamlin would round out the top five according to Vegas. My pick, Kyle Larson, is at plus 425 odds as the odds-on favorite for today's race. More on those spotlight drivers in a second as we'll go through today's starting lineup of the Goodyear 400 at Dover. On the front row, it is going to be Joey Logano and Kyle Larson. Logano scoring his first pole of the 2022 season this weekend, and Kyle Larson, who is my pick to win, will start outside of the front row. 3 straight second-place finishes for Larson. Has not won at Darlington. He's been close. We'll see if he can get it done today. And all Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, row 2, with Christopher Bell starting third and Martin Truex Jr. starting in fourth, as they are both looking for their first Darlington wins as well. Kyle Busch and Kurt Busch will line up in row number 3, both former winners of a Southern 500 and Darlington races in the past. We'll see what they can do today. In row number 4, it is going to be Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain. Chastain, a 2-time winner of this Cup Series season. Blaney looking for his first win. He's second in the point standings, but only one top 10 finish in his career at Darlington going into today's race. William Byron and Tyler Reddick will round out the top 10 in row number 5. Reddick still searching for his first career win today. Byron looking for his third of the season. Eric Jones and Eric Almirola will be in row 6. Jones, a former Southern 500 winner in 2019. And then Eric Almirola looking for his first win this season. Hasn't won since New Hampshire last year. Row number 7 will be Chase Briscoe, Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon, a former runner-up finisher in the 2020 Southern 500. That's his best career finish on this racetrack. He's one of the sleeper picks today. And Briscoe looking for his second win of the season. Alex Bowman and Michael McDowell will be in row number 8, as Alex Bowman is going to be starting this race pretty deep in the field for Hendrick Motorsports. Not as deep as another one of his teammates, which we'll get to in a little bit. But he's going for his second win. Michael McDowell looking for his first of the year. Hasn't won since the 2021 Daytona 500. Bubba Wallace and Chris Buescher will line up in row number 9. Struggles for 23XI Racing this year, trying to get as close to the cutoff line as possible with a good run today. And Chris Buescher has been chopping off the points deficit to the cutoff line. Had a great day at Dover last week, was top 10 in both stages and finished 8th place in the race after qualifying on the pole. Austin Cindric and Daniel Suarez will round out the top 20 in row number 10. Cindric was fastest in practice yesterday. Might have good short run speed. We'll see how that works out for him. And Suarez comes in just outside the cutoff line into today's race, needing a good points day. Ty Dillon and Denny Hamlin will line up back in row number 11. Hamlin was one of the must-have picks in the predictions, a 4-time Darlington winner. And Ty Dillon looking for his 3rd top 10 of the season. Brad Keselowski and Daniel Hemrick will line up behind those guys in the following row. That would be row number 12. And row number 13 is Harrison Burton and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Stenhouse finished 2nd last weekend at Dover, his best finish of the year. Ty Gilliland and Cole Custer will line up in row number 14. Gilliland battling for the Rookie of the Year honors. Justin Haley, Corey LaJoie will be in row number 15. In row 16 will be Cody Ware, J.J. Yaley. Couple of the Rick Ware cars there. Landon Castle, Chase Elliott will be behind those guys in row number 17. Remember, Elliott wrecked in practice yesterday in a backup car with limited practice total on the racetrack this weekend. He's got his work cut out for him today. He was one of the don't have picks. And then Kevin Harvick and BJ McLeod will round out the field in row 18. Harvick also wrecked in practice yesterday because of a flat left rear tire as well. Constantly refreshing the page here for you guys, trying to see if the raw feed is going to become available anytime soon. And NASCAR's website is not working very well for me right now, like it was last weekend at the start of the race. Austin Reed, Jeff Sperry, welcome into the stream as well. See your guys' picks down in the chat. William Byron, I see an Alex Bowman, a few for Bowman. Couple Kyle Bushes, a Ryan Blaney. 0% picked Logano. It's what he deserves. Jeez. Ruthless in the chat. Let me pull up the voting poll right now. Kyle Larson currently leading the votes at 47%, 42% for other right now, 5% for Truex, and 5% for Logano. 19 votes so far on the poll. Definitely vote. So we have 43 people currently watching the live stream. Again, there's a vote in the chat right now for who do you think is going to win today's Goodyear 400 at Darlington. They're on the pace laps right now. They will be going green here very, very shortly as we've just gone through today's starting lineup. Lights are out on the pace car. As soon as the raw feed becomes available for you guys, or for myself, I should say, on NASCAR's website, I will give you guys the raw feed. This is the second week in a row that it is not popping up for me at the very beginning of the race, which is not great, but I'll do my best with the live commentary and letting you guys know, of course, what's going on throughout the course of today's race. Like and subscribe. Our goal is 100 likes on today's live stream. We were able to do that at Dover last weekend. 16 likes currently on the stream right now. Richard Petty is going to be the one to give the field the green flag today. And then he'll be in the booth after that for the rest of stage 1. Our stages will be split up like this. 293 laps, 400 miles total in today's race. 90 laps in stage 1. Stage 2 will be 95 laps, and 108 laps will be the final stage. The fuel window, 66 to 72 laps with pit road speed at 45 miles an hour. Pace car is on pit road. Joey Logano is about to lead the field to the green after qualifying on the pole for the first time this season. And as they head to the Geico restart zone, it's throwback race weekend. And as DW used to say, boogity, 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 let's go racing at Darlington. 2x2 as the field rolls through turns 1 and 2. Logano picked the inside lane on the restart, and Larson challenges him on the outside as they work through the grip strip that was laid down before the Southern 500 in turn 2 last season. Larson holds close on the outside of Joey Logano with little room for error as most of the field still 2x2 working through 3 and 4. Larson is going to be able to lead lap 1, clearing Joey Logano now for the race lead. And Logano sits about a car length and a half behind Larson into turn 1. So already Larson off to a great start. After finishing second in the last 3 races at Darlington, trying to go to victory lane today. Did not qualify on the pole, but is still able to lead lap 1 from the front row. Battling for position further back between Kyle Busch and Ryan Blaney as they battle for the 7th place position following the start of this race. Blaney on the outside, Kyle Busch on the inside. Blaney gets the momentum off the top side off the exit of 4, clearing Kyle Busch midway down the front straightaway. Again, live leaderboard will be available on the channel as soon as the raw feed is up and running on NASCAR's website. There was issues with it last week. And car around off turn 2. Brad Keselowski has spun. He works his way all the way down to the inside retaining wall. Tags it a bit with the left rear corner panel as he has a flat right front tire after probably locking the tires up following the slide. Keselowski running a Mark Martin 2004 throwback scheme this weekend. And the Socios.com Ford Mustang. There was contact in the middle of turn 2 between Corey LaJoie and Denny Hamlin. Hamlin checked out of the throttle, and Keselowski got turned from behind by the 9 of Chase Elliott. Keselowski hit the inside retaining wall on the backstretch just a tad with the left rear corner panel. I don't think there's too much damage, though, and he should be able to continue once he gets to pit road and could change the right side tires. So lap 3, and we already have our first caution of the Goodyear 400 this afternoon. Brad Keselowski has spun off the front bumper of Chase Elliott after a little bit of a stack up in turn 2 with Corey LaJoie and Denny Hamlin in front of him. I saw Hamlin almost got into the wall off the exit of turn 2 when I saw Keselowski spin, and I thought they might have correlated with one another, but had to see the replay to verify that. And LaJoie barely got into the left rear corner panel of Hamlin, but it was obviously enough to get Hamlin out of shape. And then again, when Keselowski had gotten out of the gas thinking that maybe Hamlin was going to get in the wall, that's when Keselowski spun. I'm sure that what Keselowski saw out of the windshield of his car, Chase Elliott could not see boxed in behind the 6 car in the middle of turn 2 where the accident had happened. 70 people watching right now. Thanks for everybody again tuning in. 22 likes already on the stream. Again, our goal is 100 today, just like it was last week at Dover. Last weekend was the most watched race on the channel as far as the live commentary live streams have gone this season. Our all-time record is still last year at Talladega. I should say most watched and views at the end of the stream. Most watched ever on the channel at the end of the race is Talladega in the fall last season. Our most watched race of the year, though, as far as concurrent viewers during the course of the chat, was Las Vegas earlier this season as we pulled in 489 concurrent viewers. Last weekend was second most with 371. So appreciate you guys maybe that are new to the channel tuning in last week. The race is on Fox Sports 1 this weekend, for those of you wondering. Cannot show the race due to copyright reasons. But again, doing the live commentary, and as soon as we get a live leaderboard on the channel, I might have to go to Fox's website for now because the raw feed is down on NASCAR's website, so at least we'll have something. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now, so you guys aren't just looking at my face. Let's see here. NASCAR live leaderboard. I don't know why, but on Sunday last week, when the Dover race first started, it was down until the red flag, and then it came back up, and then we had it all day Monday. It was working fine. But it seems like NASCAR's website's down again this weekend as well. Peter Conover, welcome to the stream. Isaiah Z, welcome to the stream as well. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Those who I have not shouted out in the chat yet, sorry. But welcome to the stream, all of you watching today's coverage of the Goodyear 400 live on KRC. NASCAR. Gonna go stream the F1 race with your friend, have a good time. Alrighty, well, I'll see you back when that race gets over, because I would assume that that race is going to be done once this one is. Hoping the raw feed's going to be working at some point in time here pretty soon. Probably would have been midway through stage 1 before it worked last week. I don't know what's going on with NASCAR's website that it hasn't been available the last few weeks. So again, sorry for that. 80 people watching right now. As soon as we get a live leaderboard on the channel, I will be able to get that to you guys. But for the second week in a row, NASCAR's website seems to be down at the start of the race at least. Again, it was up and running about 60 to 70 laps into last week's race. So I'm hoping at least by then, at the very latest, it will be back up and running again this week. Currently under caution at lap 3 after Brad Keselowski has spun off the exit of turn 2 off the front bumper of Chase Elliott. There was contact between Corey LaJoie and Denny Hamlin in turn 2, where LaJoie got into the left rear corner panel of Hamlin, who was out on his outside. Hamlin lifted and barely kept it off the wall off the exit of the corner. And the contact and the lift from Hamlin, Keselowski checked up and then got ran into from behind by Elliott in an accordion effect. Keselowski slid into the inside wall in the back straightaway, hitting it with the left rear corner panel. He should be able to continue. There really isn't much damage. It was, for the most part, a good save. He did have to come down onto pit road and replace the right side tires. Lights are out on the pace car now as Fox is back from the commercial break, and we will be going green this time by. NASCAR Gaming 165, welcome to the stream. Throwback, it's the throwback. Yeah. Yes, it is. Comment down below in the chat your favorite throwbacks for this weekend of those schemes that you have seen. My favorite is Ross Chastain's #1 car this weekend, the Polar Bear paint scheme, the Coca-Cola Polar Bear paint scheme that Dale Jr. ran in the Twin Motegi exhibition race in Japan in 1998. I'm upset my man Ryan Blaney's not running a throwback scheme this weekend. I think he's the only Penske car not to have one, which is kind of odd. Larson will elect the outside lane on the restart. Green flag back in the air. That was a lane that he was able to get the lead from Joey Logano, so why not choose it again after Logano was the control car last time? In turns 1 and 2, Larson is staying alongside the 22 of Joey Logano as the top two took off a lot better than the cars behind him initially on the restart, and they're still side by side for the lead on the back straightaway. Logano side drafts the 5 of Larson as they enter into turn 3. Logano driving it in deep, nowhere close to clearing Larson off the exit of the corner. It'll be Larson who gets the run off the high side and clears Logano back for the lead off of turn 4 again. Ross Chastain had great momentum off the outside, gets to the inside of Ryan Blaney into turns 1 and 2, drives it in deep, nearly gets into the left rear corner panel of Blaney, slides back into the outside lane though in front of Kyle Busch to make sure he wasn't going to get past. Eric Jones had to jump out of the throttle after a little bit of a bobble off of turn 2. Reddick makes a 3-wide pass on both the 23 and the 43 of the backstretch, and then a slide job into 3 and 4 to move past William Byron as well. Reddick passes 3 cars that last lap to move himself back inside the top 10 in the 10th place position. I wonder what MRN's website has. They might have something for live leaderboard. Come on. That's the Cheddar's 300 from yesterday. I don't think they have it for today's race right now. Maybe PRN's covering the commentating online. I'm not entirely sure. As soon as I get something for you guys, I will. I'm trying to multitask by looking at the chat, looking at the race and commentating it for you guys, and also trying to get the raw feed on some way, shape, or form for you guys as well. So Jones seemed to get a little loose off the exit of turn 2 when he had that slight bobble as he had the wheel turn all the way to the right. Nearly got out from underneath him. LaJoie and Hamlin are still battling for position around 23rd after Hamlin did not qualify nearly that well compared to where he was speed-wise in practice yesterday. Hamlin running a throwback scheme from his 2016 winning Daytona 500. One of the classic FedEx paint schemes that Denny Hamlin has ran throughout his career. Even Fox's isn't working right now that I can find. I mean, at least that one was working last week. Geico 500. I'm trying to find Darlington. Might have to be more specific. Jimmy Johnson, welcome to the stream. That is not race car driver Jimmy Johnson. Are you head coach Jimmy Johnson? NASCAR web is probably like Roblox web most of the time. Yeah, I don't know what the issues have been with it the last couple of weeks that we've been having issues with it. You'll have to let me know down in the chat if you guys are also having issues with it. For those of you maybe trying at home. Kyle Larson's up to about a 1.6 second lead over Joey Logano as they run. And just slowly pulling away. Couple of bigger movers in this race right now. Bubba Wallace is up 6 positions from the start of the race to 12th. And make that another position to 11th, just getting by William Byron that last lap. Eric Almirola also qualified outside the top 10 and is currently inside the top 10 as they run. And most of the drivers who qualified towards the front of the field are mostly staying up there. Kyle Busch dropped back 3 positions from the start of the race to 8th. Qualifying in row 3. Most of that was just because of being on the bottom lane likely for those first 2 starts of the race. The start of the race and then the restart following that lap 3 spin from Brad Keselowski. Again, that's the only caution we've had so far. 90 laps in the first stage and we're on lap 17, of which right now everybody will have to make a pit stop at some point in time in this first stage. It'll be interesting to see how the tire degradation will be, as we had quite a bit of it last week at Dover. But this week at Darlington, it's a much different surface, a very, very worn out surface. And we may see some 2-stop strategies potentially, depending on how many green flag runs we get in today's race. Fox on the commercial break right now. See, the problem is I have like no live leaderboard during the cautions to not only show you guys, but to look at myself also. NASCAR Darlington. On Fox. NASCAR something. I need something to give you guys so I can give the commentating during the commercial breaks. Alright, I have Fox's leaderboard on now. I'll show you guys that screen. I'm only going to be able to show you guys the top 9 in the running order, it looks like. Currently under green flag conditions, as Larson has led every lap in the race so far. Tim Irvin, welcome to the stream. Too many commercials. It is the first ad break during green flag conditions, at least. First commercial was during the caution period at lap 3, so I'm not going to blame them for that. If they are going to throw advertisements, I'd rather it be during the yellow. The full screen commercial break right now. Jas99 Goody, welcome to the stream. Are you watching the Miami Grand Prix? No, I'm watching NASCAR. Hence the live stream. I don't really watch Formula 1. Very rarely I do. So we'll take a rundown of the top 10 right now, according to Fox's leaderboard, at least on their website, as the raw feed is down for NASCAR currently. At least you could see the running order of the top 9 and then the intervals between them outside of the commentary that I'll bring you guys. Larson leads this race by 2.9 seconds over Joey Logano, as he's led every lap so far from the start of the race. Martin Truex Jr. is in third place, 3.5 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell, 3.8 seconds off the lead in fourth. And Kurt Busch rounds out the top 5 at 4 seconds off the lead. Ross Chastain's in 6th, 4.6 seconds off the lead. Kyle Busch, 5.5 seconds off the lead in 7th. Ryan Blaney is 6.5 seconds off the lead in 8th. Tyler Reddick is 6.9 seconds off the lead in 9th. And then rounding out the top 10 right now, I believe, is Eric Almirola, 7.3 seconds off the race lead. Might be able to get the top. Yeah, I can't get the top 10 for you guys. That's about it, though. Vondale Ellery, welcome to the stream as well. 70 people currently watching, over 80 people watching at one point in time. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. And still keeping an eye on the Raw feed. Richard Petty's made his way into the Fox booth during the commercial break. Of course, co-owner for Petty GMS Racing, but obviously also the king in NASCAR, the most winningest driver in NASCAR history with 200 career Cup wins, a record that will never be broken in this sport. Both the Petty GMS cars running Petty throwbacks. 1959 Daytona 500 winning throwback scheme for Ty Dillon this weekend in the 42 of Lee Petty's, and then Richard Petty throwback scheme in the 43 for Eric Jones this weekend. And happy Mother's Day as well to all you mothers out there. And all the viewers in the chat that are not moms, that have family members that are moms. Spouse or a mother of their own, grandmothers. Hopefully you guys are having a good Mom's Day. Larson just continuously growing that lead over Joey Logano, now up to about 3.2 seconds ahead of Joey. Quick look at the spotlight drivers in Stage 1 that are currently running right now. Larson was my pick to win today's race. Trying to go back-to-back, getting the first two predictions right this year. After I predicted Elliott to win last weekend, he was obviously one of the must-have picks as well. The other must-have pick was the 11 car of Denny Hamlin. And Hamlin currently is in 19th after qualifying 22nd. He's 13.6 seconds off the race lead. The sleeper drivers for this weekend were Austin Dillon and Ross Chastain. Chastain is currently in 6th place, having a good run early on after qualifying 8th. And Austin Dillon is 15th after qualifying in 14th. So right about where he qualified in this one. And the don't have picks, the drivers who I had said that would at least finish outside the top 10 at the end of the day would not have good finishes. Ryan Blaney is in 8th place right now after starting in 7th. And then Chase Elliott up to 21st after starting at the rear of the field. Him and Harvick had wrecks in practice. They're in backup cars. They're up to 21st and 22nd. Interesting fact, Kevin Harvick has 13 straight top 10 finishes at Darlington coming into this weekend. He's going to try to keep that streak alive today and make it 14 in a row at probably the toughest racetrack to navigate in the sport. Constantly refreshing the NASCAR website. Still nothing. See, Raw feed should be right where it says presented by DoorDash. It should be like right in between that and the lap averages, and it's just not showing up. That's the same thing that was happening last weekend as well. At least until the rain caution came. Kyle Busch earned his first Darlington stripe of the race in the middle of turns 3 and 4 a couple laps ago. He's still running, though. Good thing with these composite bodies, it's a little bit harder to have a tire get cut down. You definitely see the scuff marks on the right side of that race car. Kyle Busch and M&M's is throwing it back to the very first car that they ran in the sport of NASCAR of an M&M's paint scheme. Caution is out for the second time today at lap 30 for the competition yellow. And we're going to be seeing our first pit stops of the race today. Goodyear also having a throwback this weekend with the tires that they are running. A throwback to the Goodyear Eagles in the early 1980s with the white lettering on the outside of the car. Of course, used to Goodyear over the last few decades having yellow lettering. They used to be painted on the car. They're not painted this weekend. They're stamped onto the car and printed onto the car this weekend, but even Goodyear going into the throwbacks this weekend as well. Jennifer Reed, welcome to the stream. What website do I use to check the info? Usually it's NASCAR's website, and I use the raw feed to give you guys all the, all the lap by lap and all the statistical coverage on your guys' screen. Right now, I have Fox's leaderboard on the right-hand side of the screen because that's all I can literally find available that keeps lap by lap scoring. But I can only show you guys the top 10 at a time, unfortunately, instead of the top 30. And you guys don't get to see any lap times or the cause of the cautions or anything of that nature as well. Ross Chastain running a throwback of Dale Jr.'s 1998 Twin Motegi Japan exhibition race car. Coca-Cola Polar Bear paint scheme. My favorite paint scheme of the weekend, by the way. Cars are on pit road. We'll likely be seeing some 4-tire stops all the way around, and we'll get to look at those tires after a little less than 30 green flag laps, considering we had a caution at lap 3 as well. And it looks like the left rear tire has come off of Kurt Busch's race car before he actually pulled off of pit road. So it was not secured, and when they dropped the jack, the tire came off. Now they're having to jack the race car back up again. And this is going to cost him a lot of time. Kurt Busch was in 5th. At least it's not going to be a penalty because he did not drive away, because the car was down on 3 tires, but they are having problems trying to jack the car back up, and he is going to be going backwards. A lot of track position lost. And at least they were able to get him to come to a stop. That's very odd, though. We haven't seen that happen this year, where the tires started coming apart right after they dropped the jack before they even got the car. I don't think there's going to be any suspensions given out, considering he didn't pull out of his pit box yet. But Kurt Busch will have to restart at the rear of the field. And hopefully they can get the car jacked up, get the left side tire back on it before they go back to green. So Kurt Busch now is going to be outside the top 10. Meanwhile, Joey Logano won the race off of pit road, and he will get the restart as the leader, cycling ahead of Kyle Larson, who came off at 2nd. Terry Lewis, welcome to the stream. Lisa Rogers, welcome to the stream as well. 1-5-24. Are those your picks today? And we have had 2 cautions. Competition yellow right now, and Keselowski spun off of turn 2 at lap 3. A little bit of damage, but nothing much. He's still in the lead lap, still in this race. Larson has looked like the fastest car in the field, at least early on. We'll see if we get any long runs in today's race that maybe somebody else could challenge him on long run speed, but right now it doesn't seem to be the case. Again, happy Mother's Day to everybody out there today. All you moms either watching the stream or not watching the stream. Hopefully you've said happy Mother's Day to them. Sitting at 95 people watching the stream right now. That is the race high for today and growing, 37 likes. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We have a chance to hit 2,000 subscribers on the channel this afternoon. I think we'll get close. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but we will definitely get close. Appreciate your support as always. I do these streams all in the hope of hopefully one day getting into the commentating booth down the road. Gives me that extra practice, extra commentating. Of course, for those of you that maybe aren't able to watch the race, gives you guys the live race commentary and coverage of the race as well, right here on YouTube and on this YouTube channel. So you can kind of see the top 10 at least following the race off of pit road. Logano again will get to restart in the lead. It'll be interesting to see if Logano will take the inside or the outside. I would assume he'll take the outside and put Larson on the bottom, considering the fact that Larson was on the outside on the start of the race and then also the restart, and Logano was not able to get around it both times. And the first time he was the controlled car after qualifying on the pole and still could not beat Kyle Larson off of pit road. Cody 99 favorite throwback car. Yeah, Ross Chastain's this weekend. Larson will be on the inside for the restart. Larson on the outside. So after Busch had gotten into the wall, getting a Darlington stripe in turns 3 and 4 a few laps before the caution came out, must not have had to pull the fenders out at all because he still was able to get a good race off pit road. He was third in the race off of the pits. He'll be second in line on the outside on the restart. Pace car is on pit road into the Geico restart zone. The green flag is back in the air at lap 36 at Darlington. Great launch on the outside for Joey Logano as Larson couldn't even stay alongside of the 22 car and is going to have problems just trying to keep Kyle Busch behind him for second. Larson tries to slide up into Busch. They're 3 wide now in turns 1 and 2 as Truex gets to the bottom. He bobbles on the inside of the racetrack and can't hold the exit to the corner. Larson nearly squeezed Busch into the wall, and now they're all wadded up into turn 3 behind him. 3 wide again between Blaney, Bell, and Reddick. And contact off of turn 4 between Bell and Blaney, but they make it. Nearly having a big accident there. Reddick lifted to try to fall himself in line and not risk wrecking the 2 cars on his outside, and he lost about 4 or 5 positions in the process. Dropping Reddick now back to 9th after he was battling for 4th. Blaney holds the 5th spot. Truex right in front of him in 4th. Reddick running way below the hashed white line on the bottom of the track for the 2nd straight lap in 3 and 4 as he loses momentum to the cars that were on the outside of him like Byron and Bubba Wallace that time on the front straightaway. Byron and Wallace moving up to 8th and 9th. You can't complete the pass on the inside of the racetrack at both turns 3 and 4 and even 1 and 2. It is very hard to keep momentum up. And it's very easy to get freight trained, as we have seen on the restarts, especially in the early going of today's race. Eric Jones also going to get by Reddick. Reddick finally gets to the outside, but is dropped from battling for 4th initially on the restart, now back to 11th and just outside the top 10. Austin Cindric up quite a few spots from the start of the race as well, is up to 12th after qualifying 19th. And Denny Hamlin, after qualifying 22nd, is up to 14th. Bubba Wallace qualified in 18th. He's up to 9th. Those are the biggest movers in the early going of the race. Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, who started at the rear of the field. Elliott not quite inside the top 20 yet. Kevin Harvick up to 17th. Blaney now battling Martin Truex Jr. for 4th place. Blaney maybe surprising people early on in today's race. This is one of his worst racetracks, but he's contending early. Joey Logano has the clean air advantage at the front of the field right now. He's going to make Kyle Larson try to pass him on the inside as Logano continues to run the outside at least through 3 and 4 and down into 1 and 2. He's going to try to diamond the corner off, starting at the bottom, getting the left side tires down on the hashed line, moving up the track, and then cutting back down to the bottom again off the exit of the corner. Larson stayed on the outside through 1 and 2 and stayed up high all the way through the corner. Not sure how far up ahead Kurt Busch has gotten through in the restart after having to restart further back with the left rear tire coming off in the pit box. So no penalty for the 45 team, but the penalty of strictly just having to be at the rear of the field after he was in 5th place early on leading up to the competition caution. Haven't gotten any word of maybe what the tires looked like coming off the car following the competition yellow at lap 30. They ran some caution laps after the yellow at lap 3, so they probably had a little over 20 laps of actual green flag racing on their tires before changing them. I'm not sure exactly how many sets Goodyear gave these teams on race tires this weekend. Haven't heard it yet during the broadcast. Came into play last week with having 13 cautions. I expect that there's going to be quite a few yellows today. I don't know if we're quite going to get up to 13, but I'm expecting at least 10 cautions in today's race. We've already had 2 of them. 48 laps to go currently in Stage 1. Currently in the top 5, Logano leads by 0.2 of a second over Kyle Larson. Kyle Busch is in 3rd, 0.7 of a second off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. is 1.4 seconds back of the lead in 4th, and Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 5, 1.8 seconds off the lead. Green flag conditions as we're about halfway through stage number 1 already in today's race. Chastain works to the inside of Blaney for 5th during the exit of turn 4, could not clear him. Blaney has the run on the outside, and it looks like Blaney's just going to pull in line behind Chastain and let the one car go, who looks to be faster than him at this point in the run in the early going of the race. And Chastain quickly launching ahead of the 12 car of Blaney off of turn 2 as well. So Chastain inside the top 5 now for the first time this afternoon. Couple seconds off the race lead himself. Just over 100 of you watching on the channel right now. Thanks for everybody tuning in. 3-car battle for the lead. Heating up. Larson has tried going to the inside of Logano a couple times. Almost slid into the wall in turns 1 and 2 that time. Tried to diamond the corner off just like Logano has been doing, and maybe got caught up in the dirty air a bit. Washed up the track. I think he barely kept it off the wall, but he definitely lost enough momentum to lose second place as Kyle Busch is now up to second, passing Larson. Kyle Busch was running the outside through 1 and 2 when Larson had his slip up as well, and that probably did not help as Busch had even more of a head of steam in line behind the 5 of Larson and was able to complete the pass. And now we'll see if Kyle Busch has any speed to be able to run down Logano for the race lead. Logano's just trying to hang on for all it's worth right now. These teams were shifting from what I heard in practice from 4th gear to 5th gear in turns 3 and 4 specifically. I would assume they're probably doing that again today as well. Prior to the next-gen car, you never saw shifting at most of the ovals, especially Darlington, but this one, it could be used depending on the gearing ratios today. Very nice crowd on hand at the Darlington Raceway. Slow car in the backstretch right now. It is the 15 of J.J. Yaley, running a 2015 throwback to Clint Boyer's 5-hour energy paint scheme. Yaley in the Ollie's Ford Mustang. Problems for him. He'll be able to make it to pit road as we continue to stay green. It looks like some sort of mechanical failure for Yaley. And actually, Yaley seemed to have hit the wall off turn 2, getting a Darlington stripe of his own. So Yaley got the wall pretty good off turn 2. Got a bit out of shape in the middle of the corner, and he's on pit road right now. They are changing right side tires. Chastain, after passing Blaney moments ago, is already working on Martin Truex Jr. for 4th as well. Getting to the outside of the 19 car and completing the pass off of turn 4. Chastain up to 4th as he continues to move forward. Trying to get the Dale Jr. throwback scheme to victory lane today. Quite a bit of cloud coverage right now. There wasn't that much cloud coverage during the Xfinity race yesterday, but today there's quite a bit. Martin Truex Jr. seemed to get really loose off the exit of turn 2. His car was angled down to the inside wall. And he made a great save a couple laps ago. That's how Chastain was able to catch him so quickly after getting around Blaney. And any major slide like that's also going to wear the tires out quite a bit. So it looks like even Blaney and Bell behind Truex are closing in on him and are within a couple tenths of a second of the 19 car in 5th. .38 laps to go in stage 1 for Logano as he continues to lead from the restart. Kyle Busch only 4 tenths of a second behind him right now as Fox will go to a full screen commercial break. 2 cautions so far in the first stage. We'll take a full field look at the running order while Fox is on the commercial break right now. Joey Logano again is the race leader. Kyle Busch is in second place. Kyle Larson third after leading nearly every lap leading up to the competition yellow before losing the race off pit road to Logano. He has been second or third since. Ross Chastain is up to 4th. Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 5. Ryan Blaney in 6th. Christopher Bell 7th. William Byron 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Eric Jones rounds out the top 10. 11th place is Tyler Reddick. Austin Cindric 12th. Denny Hamlin up to 13th. Daniel Suarez 14th. And Alex Bowman rounds out the top 15. Kevin Harvick up to 16th, Ty Dillon 17th, Chris Buescher 18th, Chase Briscoe 19th, and Eric Almirola rounds out the top 20. Chase Elliott 21st. 22nd is Justin Haley. Cole Custer 23rd. Stenhouse is in 24th. McDowell 25th. Kurt Busch in 26th. Hemrick 27th. LaJoy 28th. Harrison Burton 29th. And Ty Gillen is going to round out the top 30. Landon Castle in 31st. Cody Ware 32nd. BJ McLeod 33rd. Brad Keselowski is actually 2 laps down in 34th. Austin Dillon is 2 laps down for some reason in 35th. And then J.J. Yaley just pulled the pit road. He is 3 down. So Keselowski did lose 2 laps then during that caution earlier when he had to limp his car to pit road on the flat right side tires after sliding. I don't think the slight, really slight bit of damage to the left rear corner panels cost him any speed, but he must have lost those 2 laps under caution. Unaware why Austin Dillon is 2 laps down in 35th. I'm not sure if that just happened as Fox went to the commercial break or not, but interested to see maybe he had a tire going down or got into the wall a bit too hard. And whatever the case is, Austin Dillon, one of our sleeper picks in the predictions portion of the live stream before the race started, is multiple laps down. Ashton G, welcome to the stream. Seriously forget to put the left rear wheel on the 45 car. Well, they didn't forget to put it on. They thought they had it secure, and he went to pull off of pit road, and it was already starting to come off the race car, so they stopped him before he could pull out of the pit box. As the tire came off, they had to jack his car back up, but he was definitely able to stay on the lead lap and is trying to charge from the back of the field. Looks like caution is out during the commercial break. Not sure what the caution is out for. Blaney's not in the top 10 anymore, so I have a bad feeling Ryan Blaney might have been the cause of the caution. He's back to 11th. We'll see when Fox comes back from the commercial break what may have happened there. And NASCAR's raw feed on their website is down right now. So pit stops going on for Fox as they are under caution. Not sure what the yellow is out for yet. They just kind of cut back from the break right in the middle of pit stops. But again, caution is out at lap 57. Must have been right around lap 54, 55 when the yellow actually waved. Kyle Busch is going to win the... Oh, no, actually, Logano won the race off pit road. It was really, really close between the 18 and the 22. Slow stop for Kyle Larson in the 5. So, cause of the caution was in turn 4 for Kyle Larson. He was battling Kyle Busch for second place during the commercial break. Larson tried to pull a slide job off on Kyle Busch, nearly squeezed him into the wall. Couldn't quite clear him off the exit of turn 2. They were still side by side on the back straightaway. And as they worked into turn 3, Larson looked like he may have just ran in a bit too deep on corner entry and overstepped the boundaries just a little bit. He spun off of turn 4. He made a great save. He didn't hit anything. But definitely had to come down, take 4 tires, and Kyle Larson overstepping the edge of his race car, trying to get around Kyle Busch for second place. It's going to cost him more than just the battle for second, as he'll have to restart towards the rear of the field on the restart, bringing out the yellow. Blaney must have had a slow pit stop. That's why he's outside the top 10 right now, which doesn't surprise me. That crew's been pretty bad on pit road all season. Most of the year. So again, Larson not in the top 10 because he just spun and brought out the caution. Blaney must have had a slow stop because he was in 5th. 6th rather, at the time of the caution. And now Blaney is 32nd. So maybe he had a pit road penalty. Blaney might have had a penalty because he's back in 32nd right now. So either way, Blaney and Larson will be at the rear of the field on the restart. Still working on trying to get the raw feed up on the website for you guys so you guys can see all the statistical analysis throughout today's Goodyear 400 on the channel. Still constantly refreshing everything, and I still can't get it up on the screen. That Larson spin was the third caution of stage 1. Never said what happened to Dillon. Yeah, I know they haven't. Still waiting on that. Again, Dillon was one of the sleeper drivers, but he is multiple laps down. And I think Dillon actually got the free pass during the caution because it looks like he's back on the lead lap now. So they must have just been one lap down. Maybe Austin Dillon took the wave around to get back on the lead lap because Keselowski, according to Fox, had gotten the free pass. So Keselowski got the free pass. Austin Dillon may have taken the wave around, but he's back on the lead lap. PJ McLeod, the only car one lap down right now. They'll be going green this time by Austin Dillon was just 13th. Yeah, he was running decent, but they never specified what actually happened to him. 106 people watching already, 44 likes on the stream. Our goal is 100 today. Once again, 31 laps to go in stage 1, as we'll hit lap 60 when we get up to speed. Green flag is back in the air. Joey Logano, the control car on the outside. Kyle Busch will be the first car on the inside lane for the restart. Busch is going to stay alongside Logano through turns 1 and 2. Slides up the racetrack, trying to take the 22's line away by squeezing him a bit and trying to put him in an uncomfortable situation. Nearly making contact with Logano on the left rear corner panel off the exit of turn 2 as he tries to side draft the 22 car. Drives it off deep and flat into 3 and 4 again as well. Still side by side for the lead between the 18 and the 22 as they work their way back to the start-finish line again. Logano, by less than a half a car length, will lead that last lap. Busch is in position to try and slide it off into 1 and 2 again. Up the track. Again, nearly gets into the 22, and they're still side by side. I think Logano got in the wall that time off turn 2. He wiggled around quite a bit. He's struggling for grip on the outside lane with the 18 of Busch taking his line away. And again, Kyle Busch battles Logano hard for the lead, and the battle for track position is a dead heap at the front of the field. Still side by side between Kyle Busch and Logano 2 laps after the restart. Logano slides into Logano. They make contact in turns 1 and 2. Busch has the lead off the exit of the corner after nearly squeezing Logano into the wall a second time. And that time after the contact, Logano had to drop back, and he is in second under pressure from Ross Chastain now for second place. Aggressive move by Kyle Busch to take the race lead away from Joey Logano. A slide job in which he did make a bit of contact with the 22. Single file right now through the top 11, then side by side for 12th between Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric. Buescher running a throwback paint scheme to Matt Kenseth's 2004 scheme. Both the Roush cars, RFK cars, running paint schemes to Roush throwback schemes of that respective car number from the 2004 season. Kenseth was inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame for the class of 2023 earlier on this week, along with Kirk Shelmerdine as a 4-time championship winning crew chief for Dale Sr. and Herschel McGriff. Denny Hamlin has already made himself up inside the top 10 after qualifying 22nd. He actually restarted 8th and fell back 2 spots on the restart. He's side by side for 9th with Daniel Suarez. Hamlin on the bottom, Suarez on the outside. And here comes Bubba Wallace now in line behind that battle as he works to the inside of the 11 of Hamlin. Wallace goes really down to the inside, trying to make the pass on Hamlin, who slides clear of the 99 of Suarez. Wallace trying to do the same and does. Hamlin to 9th, Bubba Wallace to 10th. Daniel Suarez trying to back up turns 1 and 2, nearly stacked up the 2 and the 17 cars in line right behind him. going into turn 1. Kyle Busch has about a half a second right now over Joey Logano for the race lead. 25 laps to go in stage 1. Make that 24 now as we're on lap 67 of 293 total in today's race. Few different leaders in this one. Kyle Busch leading now. Logano's led some laps, and Kyle Larson are the 3 different leaders. Couple lead changes between them in today's race after Logano had started on the pole. And we know we'll be getting a 4th caution not too far from now for the stage break. Everybody was able to pit during that last yellow for fuel and tires, as well as during the competition caution at lap 30, so plenty good on fuel to the end of stage number 1. Still trying to get the live leaderboard up on NASCAR's website right now, but it is still down. So Fox's leaderboard is the only thing we really have going for ourselves right now. Show you guys the top 10 at once. Again, the rundown of the top 10. Kyle Busch leads by 0.6 of a second over Joey Logano. Ross Chastain is in third, 1.1 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell is 1.9 seconds off the lead in fourth. William Byron rounds out the top 5 at 2.5 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. is in sixth, 3.7 off the lead. Eric Jones is up to 7th place, 3.9 seconds back. Tyler Reddick is 4.3 seconds back in 8th. Denny Hamlin is 5.7 seconds off the lead in 9th. And Bubba Wallace is 6.1 seconds off the lead, rounding out the top 10. Still early in this one, 70 laps complete, another 20 to go in stage 1. Yeah, not only they didn't say what happened to Austin Dillon before the caution came out and why he was a lap down and then had to take the wave around, but also they had never specified what happened to Blaney, who was in 6th when the caution came out, and he ended up off of pit road 32nd. I'm assuming that he probably had a pit road speeding penalty or a pit road penalty of some sort. Whether it was on him or the crew, not sure, but whatever the case is, he is also outside the top 10. So, few drivers who are running in the top 10 early. Kyle Larson, Ryan Blaney, Kurt Busch, all having problems in stage 1, one way or another, whether it was on pit road or on the racetrack, and all 3 of them are looking at not getting stage points at stage 1, the way things are looking right now. In fact, none of them, of the 3, are even inside the top 20 currently. Fox is going to go side by side with this commercial break right now, so we'll keep the live commentary going for you guys. You can like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is 100 likes on the channel today, and maybe we can get to 2,000 subscribers by the end of the live stream as well. We do live race commentary for the real races on the race weekend, as you see today. Next weekend, I'll be doing 2 live commentary live streams. I'll be doing the live commentary for the truck race on Saturday night next week at Kansas, as well as the Cup Series race next Sunday afternoon. Both races are on Fox Sports 1 next weekend as well. For those of you wondering, the truck race will be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday night. Cup race next weekend, I believe, starts at 3:30 again. I could be wrong on that, but right around there. Also doing the live streams during the week on the NASCAR video game side of things to do live realistic commentary there to keep it going, all in the hopes of hopefully one day getting into the commentating booth for real NASCAR races down the road. It's Throwback race weekend, and under the commercial break right now in stage 1, I'm going to show you guys a car that was won yesterday, or not the same exact car, but Justin Allgaier won yesterday's Xfinity Series race. All 3 of the top 3 series are running throwback schemes this weekend. It was a throwback scheme to Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s Wrangler number 3 car. This is the car that Justin Allgaier at least did a throwback of, and personally, this is my favorite Dale Earnhardt Sr. paint scheme of all time. I'll show you guys a bigger close-up of that while They're under the commercial break right now, but this is what we're looking at right here. This scheme was won yesterday. This is my favorite Dale Sr. scheme of all time. I've always been a fan of the blue and yellow schemes, so that's why this is my favorite, but it really pops well. And thought I'd show some throwback diecast throughout the course of today's race, considering the fact that, or some diecast in general through today's race, considering the fact that this is a throwback Darlington race weekend. But I thought I would show that one to you guys, being Allgaier ran a throwback of that and won the Xfinity Series race again yesterday afternoon at Darlington. Seeing the 43 competitive again this season is great. Yeah, that is. He's already got 6 top 10 finishes this year. He only had 4 last season total, and we were only completed through 11 races. So that Petty GMS team is definitely doing wonders. And even Ty Dillon's got a couple top 10s this year as well. His first year in the 42 car. Reddick in the top 10. Let's go. Yeah, currently up to 8th place. And he had qualified 10th, so he's running a couple spots higher than where he qualified. The gap is starting to close again between first and not only second, but first through third. Logano's within about 2 to 3 car lengths away from Busch. Busch used an aggressive maneuver to get by Logano earlier, and I'm sure Logano remembers that. We'll see how aggressive Logano's going to be as Busch is about to catch up to his first lap car during the green flag run, and Ross Chastain within a half a second of the lead as well. BJ McLeod in the 78 car is going to just pull off to the side and let the top 3 race around him into turns 1 and 2. Oh, Busch wiggles a little bit in turns 1 and 2, and with the slide, Logano will get underneath them off the exit of the corner. Logano and Busch side by side for the lead again as they go into turn 3. Logano drives it in really deep. He slides up the racetrack. He clears Kyle Busch. And Ross Chastain in the 1 as well will get around Kyle Busch for second. So Busch's mistake in turn 2 cost him not only the race lead, but it'll cost him second place as well as Logano and Chastain get around the 18. The second time actually, Joey Logano has led in today's race, considering he did start on the pole, but he didn't lead until following the competition yellow pit stops during the caution flag period. Kyle Busch definitely battling a loose race car as he slides a bit more in 3 and 4. His car is really wiggling around quite a bit, as you can see on Fox's cameras for those of you watching the race on Fox Sports 1 right now. Chastain still within about 2 to 3 car lengths behind race leader Joey Logano. Of course, a playoff point on the line for whoever wins stage 1 between the 3 of them, and Busch is quickly losing pace compared to the top 2 who just got around him a lap and a half ago. So he's about 1.2 seconds quickly off the race lead and dropping. Denny Hamlin is working on Tyler Reddick in a battle for 8th place. Chris Buescher had gotten into the wall last lap. He loses about 7 positions, dropping him back to 18th. Like he got the wall off of turn 2. Alex Bowman and Chase Elliott were battling him for position. Chastain's car seems to be handling a little bit better of the cars at the front portion of the field as he has closed the gap on Logano again. 7 laps to go in stage 1 for the playoff point that is on the line. Chastain locked into the playoffs. Logano is not. He has not won yet this year. And in fact, Logano has not won in over a calendar year. He only had one win last season. It was at Bristol on dirt on the 7th race of the year, and he's winless through 11 races this season, though he is in the top 5 in the regular season point standing, so he's been very consistent this year. Hasn't gotten the win yet. In fact, 3 of the drivers, at least going into last weekend's race at Dover, that were in the top 5 in points, still have not won yet this season. Truex just outside the top 5. He also has not won yet this year, so there's been a lot of consistent drivers who still haven't broken into victory lane yet this season. Logano, one of them. And he's led quite a few laps already today, and he's trying to hold off Chastain for the Stage 1 win. Chastain's kind of starting in the middle groove, maybe trying to get as much clean air on the front of his race car as possible. Logano going all the way to the outside near the wall through 3 and 4, trying to get a little bit more momentum off the exit of the corner. Chastain's really rolling the center of the corner a lot better than Logano, though, as it looks like Logano is starting to lose a lot more grip in his car compared to Chastain. And you're almost wondering if the battle between Busch and Logano on the restart, where they were side by side for almost 3 laps, had worn out the tires just enough that by this point in the run, about 30 to 40 laps later, Logano's handily struggling compared to the one of Chastain behind him, who wasn't battling anybody harshly on the restart. Larson coming back quick. Yeah, he's up to 15th right now. Definitely moving through the field a lot faster than, say, Kevin Harvick or Chase Elliott. And Larson, before he had spun and lost track position because of a slower pit stop, definitely looked like the fastest car in the field. Kyle Busch going to lose another position and another stage point late in the stage as Christopher Bell, his teammate, will get around him for 3rd. And William Byron's within a couple car lengths into turns 3 and 4 this time by as well, battling Kyle Busch now for 4th place. Byron running the 2007 Jeff Gordon throwback paint scheme with the Flames this weekend. First time we've seen a Jeff Gordon Flames scheme from the 2000s on a throwback car for the throwback race weekend in Darlington, so great to see that. One of the better throwback schemes, at least in my opinion, in the field this weekend. Busch got a little loose off turn 2 again, trying to protect the inside and hold on for as much track position as possible, not just for the stage points, but just to keep himself in the top couple rows potentially for the restart to stage number 2, as long as his pit crew has a good stop. Martin Truex Jr. now is right behind the 24 as Byron's taking a little bit of time trying to get around Kyle Busch. Stage 1, we've had 12 Darlington stripes according to the stripe counter that Fox is showing on the right-hand corner of their screen right now. And it is only the first 90 laps of the race. Chastain again goes to the bottom through 3 and 4. Lost a bit of time to Logano that last time. Final lap of stage 1. Logano drives it in pretty deep down to the bottom. Slides up towards the outside of the racetrack as he tries to diamond off turns 1 and 2. Chastain closes another car length on him, and he's about 2.5 car lengths behind with a half a lap to go in stage 1. Ross Chastain's going to drive it in deep, down to the bottom of the track through 3 and 4. Maybe a little bit too far behind Joey Logano, it looks like, is off the exit of turn 4. Logano will get the run off the outside and hold on. Joey Logano will win stage 1 after qualifying on the pole at Darlington. Ross Chastain 2nd. Christopher Bell will end up 3rd. Kyle Busch will finish 4th. And Martin Truex Jr. got around Byron on the final lap for 5th place in stage 1. Byron fell back to 6th. Denny Hamlin up to 7th after qualifying 22nd. Eric Jones 8th. Tyler Reddick 9th. And Bubba Wallace will round out the top 10 and all be receiving stage points in stage 1 today at Darlington. So Logano wins stage 1. And we'll be having pit stops when Fox comes back from their commercial break during the stage 1 break right now. Trying to get the live leaderboard up for you guys on NASCAR's website. It's been down all race long so far through the first stage. Hoping that gets up to you guys. At least we have a leaderboard on Fox's website, but Fox Sports' website. Not as detailed as NASCAR's. So hopefully NASCAR's raw feed will become available for us at some point in time. But for those of you still watching the stream, regardless of the fact, thanks for tuning in. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Full race live streams with realistic commentary on the daily, as well as other related NASCAR content on this YouTube channel. Live race commentary, of course, for the real races on the race weekend, as you're seeing today. We'll be live next weekend for the Cup race at Kansas, as well as the truck race on Saturday night. So doing both races next weekend. Xfinity Series is off, I believe, next week at Kansas. They're either off or they race during the day on Saturday, but one way or the other, I will not be able to do that. But we'll be having live commentary for the truck race as well, again, as the Cup race next weekend at Kansas. Then the All-Star race the following race weekend. For the Cup Series, I'll be doing live commentary for the Open and the All-Star race on 2 separate streams that race weekend at Texas as well. I'll be at the Indy 500 this year, so race highlights from the grandstands will appear, just like you've seen for other races I've been to this season when I'm not doing the commentary on the channel. Then I'm also going to the Gateway race for the Cup Series as well. So back-to-back weeks, there won't be any live commentary on the channel for the Memorial Day weekend as well as the first weekend of June the following weekend. Then we'll be back for the Sonoma race before NASCAR has its only off weekend of the year during Father's Day weekend in June. I think a lot of people have probably forgotten the hard grind it's going to be for these teams this year, specifically in the Cup Series, as they only have one off weekend from the Daytona 500 and Speed Weeks in general until the end of the season and the first weekend of November. I think the 43 of Eric Jones had gotten into the wall in turns 3 and 4 on the last lap of the stage after Denny Hamlin tried a slide job maneuver and tried to get around him. Not sure if there was contact between the 11 and 43. It was definitely close. And the 43 had gotten into the wall because of it. We've seen a couple other drivers get into the wall today because of incidents like that, including when Logano and Busch were battling for the lead on the restart. Logano had gotten into the wall. But thanks to the composite bodies, the likelihood of a flat tire is slim to none. And even if he did hit the wall hard enough to at least pop the fenders in, he got the stage caution immediately. So Jones is on pit road right now along with the rest of the field. So 4 tires and fuel for everybody on pit road as we run. Third time today, these drivers and teams are going to change tires. Likely 4 tire stops all the way through the field again, as I'm sure. Just after about 30 to 40 laps of a green flag run that time, which was the longest green flag run of the race, we saw drivers slipping and sliding around the final 5 to 10 laps of the stage. If we get a longer green flag run in Stage 2 and Stage 3, it's going to be even more fun to watch and see how the strategy will unfold from then. See if any drivers and teams will try to go with a two-stop strategy at Stages 2 or 3, depending on, again, if we get any yellows for incident. Joey Logano wins a close race off of pit road to Kyle Busch, who gains 2 spots on pit road. Big loser on pit road that time was Christopher Bell, dropping back 5 positions from 3rd to 8th. Here's Richard Petty's final words in the booth this weekend.
I don't see the same thing you did.
Yes, he does.
Let me tell you something. I hope that's a compliment. He was up there saying, man, he was watching the race out the window, watching them lap times. Once a racer, always a racer. I'm telling you, it's all about the lap times on a track like this, isn't it? And especially here, all the tracks now is momentum. I wish you could have seen that momentum. I wish you could have seen when that 11 got into that 43. He was like, boy, I'm telling you what.
All right, Richard Petty, thanks for joining us.
So again, Richard Petty was in the booth this weekend for the Fox broadcast of the Darlington Throwback race. Bobby Labonte will be in the booth for stage number 2. Bill Elliott in the booth for stage 3. I'd assume they're probably going to dial up Joey Logano, who won stage 1 during the stage break itself, and you guys will get to listen to that when they come back from the commercial break this time. Assuming that they're going to do that. Furfur Express, welcome into the stream. Appreciate you stopping by. Honestly, Richard Petty's doing great for his age, too. Isn't he like 81, 82 years old? He still seems pretty sharp. Seems to be moving around pretty good. He's at the track more weekends than not throughout the course of the year still, which is always great to see. The king of the sport of NASCAR, still as into it as ever, even to this day. It's always great to see the legends of the sport giving back to the sport that made them famous, even after they retire, like Richard Petty, like we've been seeing with Dale Jr. since his retirement a few years ago. And other countless names as well that we've seen in the limelight. I think we're going to be having more of that to come in recent years. to follow. Especially with a couple co-owners in the Cup Series right now that are currently still driving in the Cup Series, like Brad Keselowski and Denny Hamlin. Petty's about to be 85 in July. Is that true? Is he really? I thought he was like 81, 82. I mean, he's great for his age. About to Google it. Yeah, you're right. July 2nd, he'll be 85. He's doing a great job. Way to go, Richard. Guys will have to correct me down in the chat, but I think that may be the first time he's ever been in the booth for a NASCAR race, at least like this. CGL1 Mechanics, welcome to the stream. Great live stream, best I've looked into. I don't know if that's of my channel or just in general, but thank you so much for tuning in today and watching. Bobby Labonte's made the swap out into the booth. He's got an Interstate Batteries t-shirt or jersey of some sort. Fox did not dial up anybody for the Stage 1 break, so you guys were not able to listen to it because we didn't have it. Green flag is back in the air. Logano elects the outside on the restart. Busch again on the bottom. And Logano got a great jump that time. He'll be able to clear Kyle Busch on the inside of the track into turn 1. Almost contact between William Byron and Denny Hamlin back around 5th place as Hamlin will have to drop in line behind him. And Chastain gets sideways off turn 2 and nearly wipes out in front of the field. He didn't have any contact, but he was trying to push hard to get around Kyle Busch, and he still cleared him. But boy, he got pointed at an awkward angle. It's amazing how sideways that car was, and he was still able to catch it. Seen a couple spins today where drivers were not able to catch it, like Keselowski and Larson spinning out early in Stage 1. Byron and Truex side by side. Truex gets knocked up into the outside wall. I'm not sure if he had contact from the 24 or not. But he definitely grazed the wall. Still keeps the momentum up, though, to be able to stay alongside the 24 car of Byron. And off of turn 4, Truex finally completes the pass. And the 43 of Eric Jones also going to get by Byron for position. It does seem like there's a little bit of a skip off the exit of turn 2, especially in that transition from the fresh asphalt that they had put down in turn 2 before the Southern 500 last year, and then the kind of a little bit of a hop or a bump in the seaming between the fresh asphalt that they have and the old asphalt that continues to go around the rest of this racetrack. Logged, okay, got it. That makes a little bit more sense. But like I mentioned, though, I really appreciate it. And definitely hit the like button. Our goal is 100 likes on the channel. I think we've had upwards of almost 140 people watching this stream so far. Channel record for most people ever watching the live race commentary streams is 489 at Las Vegas earlier this season. Second highest ever was last weekend at Dover. Big race this weekend at Darlington. Always a fun track to watch some NASCAR racing. Highly recommend going there in person if you ever get the chance. I was at the 2020 Southern 500. And whether it's a throwback weekend or the Southern 500, which is now not the throwback weekend, means Darlington has 2 races again for the Cup Series. It is a very, very fun track to watch some racing. It's been a good race so far today. Been a 3-car race at the front of the field, and don't forget about Kyle Larson, who was up there early and probably looked like the fastest car at the start of the race before he had spun battling Kyle Busch for second on a restart in the middle of Stage 1. Larson from the back of the field is up to 11th. Just missed out on stage points in Stage 1, but on a track that's very difficult to pass, he seems to be doing it better than anybody else right now. And then other drivers who started at the back today, like Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, and backup cars, are up to 15th and 16th. And Denny Hamlin, qualified 22nd, is up to 7th. Kyle Larson all over the back of Tyler Reddick, battling to try to get back inside the top 10 as Reddick currently holds the 10th place position. Larson to the inside in turn 3, trying a slide job maneuver. Reddick slides a little bit in the middle of the corner. Looked like he got a bit loose, and that's enough for Larson to make the clearance off of turn 4. Reddick bump draft in the 5 of Larson and now backs off before entering into turn 1. You can tell he did not want to lift just because the 5 pulled up in front of him and didn't look like he had to. The 5 had enough clearance. Reddick bobbled just enough that Larson was able to complete the pass on his first try. 0.6 of a second is the difference between first and second place right now as Joey Logano leads. Ross Chastain is in second. Kyle Busch is in third. Martin Truex Jr. in fourth. Eric Jones rounds out the top 5. William Byron in 6th. Denny Hamlin 7th. Christopher Bell 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. And Kyle Larson rounds out the top 10. Tyler Reddick in 11th. Daniel Suarez 12th. 13th is Ryan Blaney. Austin Cindric 14th. Kevin Harvick 15th. Chase Elliott 16th. Eric Almirola 17th. Kurt Busch 18th. Chris Buescher 19th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. rounds out the top 20. Ty Dillon 21st. Michael McDowell 22nd. 23rd is Chase Briscoe. 24th is Alex Bowman and Justin Haley. 25th. Cole Custer in 26th. Harrison Burton 27th. Ty Gilliland 28th. Brad Keselowski 29th. Corey LaJoie rounds out the top 30. Henrik in 31st. Austin Dillon 32nd. Ware 33rd. Castle 34th. And McLeod 35th. J.J. Yaley 3 laps down in 36. He got into the wall in stage 1. Made an unscheduled stop. But everybody else is on the lead lap. Haven't had many lap cars because we did have 4 cautions in this race so far. We had a spin on lap 3 from Brad Keselowski off the front bumper of the 9 car of Chase Elliott after a checkup with contact in turn 2 between Corey LaJoie and Denny Hamlin. Keselowski went for the spin. He hasn't really recovered. He's still in 29th like I mentioned. And I didn't think he had much damage to the left rear corner panel, but maybe it's just enough that's affecting the handling of the car. Maybe he hurt the underbody of the car of some sort when he had the 2 right side tires down to the rim, flat spotting him mid-spin, but he's had his issue. Larson spun out earlier in the race. We had the competition caution and the stage 1 break. Those are the 4 yellows so far in today's race. My prediction was us to get 10 cautions, and we're definitely on pace for that early on. Kevin Harvick battles Austin Cindric for 14th. Will slide up and complete a pass barely in the middle of turns 1 and 2. So still not sure of exactly how many sets of tires they are. I guess if I did the math, I could figure it out. But Larry McReynolds had just talked into the Fox booth and stated that they have enough tires to be able to get them about 28 to 30 laps. That they can pit every 28 to 30 laps and still have enough tires to the end of the race. So dictated on how the cautions play, at least they're pacing that they should have enough tires to make it to the end as long as we don't have too many cautions the rest of this race. Fox going to a full screen commercial break for the first time during stage 2. Sorry if you don't chat much watching the race. I completely understand, but thanks for everybody who is commenting in the chat. And whether you are not, thanks for tuning in today. Over halfway to our goal today of 100 likes, and we're not even halfway through today's race, so appreciate that. The most likes we've ever had on one of these live commentary live streams was last weekend in Dover. We had 137, so we'll see if we can beat that this weekend. During the course of this live stream, as well as maybe the record for the most people ever watching one of these live commentary live streams for concurrent viewers during the course of the stream. Very close to 1.9 thousand subscribers, only 5 away. Making us 105 away from our goal to 2,000. Again, still in the first half of this race. Live almost every weekend for the live race commentary for the NASCAR Cup Series. And I say almost because I do go to quite a few races during the course of the season. I've been to 4 Cup races already this year. And for those races I go to, get race highlight videos from the grandstands from where I'm sitting, a point of view emphasis of the race. Races from this season that are up on the channel would be the Daytona 500 from this year, as well as every race during Speed Weeks from the dual races on the Thursday night, the truck and the Xfinity race. All those race highlights are up on the channel from my seat in the grandstands that week, as well as the Cup Series race from Auto Club, the Cup Series race from Atlanta, and then both the truck and the Cup Series race from Dirt Bristol a few weeks ago. Be at the Indy 500 this year, so that will be the next race commentary live stream, or not the race commentary live stream, but the race highlight video from the grandstand. And then the Cup race at Gateway the following weekend will be the next two of those. Maria, welcome to the stream from Brazil. Not sure how to say your first name. I apologize for that. Joe David Jarvis, welcome to the stream as well. Cars One Boy, welcome. The record 400. 489 is exactly the record. Problems for Kyle Larson. They are under the hood of his race cars. Fox has come back from the commercial break. Sounds like Kyle Larson may have an engine failure, as he seemed to be slow on the backstretch after battling sorry, my bad. This was a replay from earlier in the race when he spun. So Kyle Larson seems to have some sort of an issue under the hood mechanically that has dropped him onto pit road with the hood up. And this is very problematic for Larson and Larson fans out there. Of course, Larson locked into the playoffs. He does have a win this season and looked to be one of the favorites today, not only going into the race, but just by his performance on the track alone. Interesting to know if that spin he had earlier in Stage 1 had correlated with the mechanical issue he has now, even though he didn't hit anything. As Clint Boyer stated in the Fox broadcast booth, that maybe him rolling backwards might have did something to the engine that way. Might have recoiled it. And no way of really telling right now, but if we get an interview from Kyle Larson, you will get to listen to it on what he had diagnosed during his issues, but he is already a couple laps down on pit road, and the chances of winning today's race are out the window for Kyle Larson today. Well, there's one of the must-have predictions I got wrong this week. Four-tenths of a second is the difference between first and second between Joey Logano and Ross Chastain. Kyle Busch is a little bit further behind him in third. Lost a couple spots to both Logano and Chastain on the racetrack towards the end of Stage 1. Seemed to be a little too loose as the run really carried on. Another driver to maybe look out for that I haven't really talked about much today, since at least they dropped back, and that's Ryan Blaney. He's up to 12th place. He restarted at the rear of the field a little while back. For reasons I still have no clue why he had to restart at the back. He was up to 5th place early in the race and was 6th at the timing of the Kyle Larson spin. And that caution, he ended up having to restart back at 32nd. He's radioed into his team about a potential vibration issue. We'll monitor that. Again, this is a track that is very harsh on tires with its very old surface. And it looks like Kyle Larson is now no longer at pit road and is behind the garage, or behind the pit wall and in the garage, to continue to try to figure out and diagnose what has gone down with the 5 car of Kyle Larson. Joey Logano and Ross Chastain battling for the race lead. Chastain looks to the inside into turn 1 on lap 32 of stage 2. Kurt Busch, yes, he's also rebounded up to 15th. Make that 14th, at least, as he battles Chase Elliott. 15th, it looks like, still. Fox's leaderboard got all wonky there for a second. He's kind of flipping positions between Busch and Elliott around, even though they're like 2.5 seconds apart from one another. It's weird. So Ross Chastain did not make the pass on Chase Elliott a couple laps ago when he was looking to the inside, like I mentioned, and because he had gone to the bottom, not completed the pass, he lost so much momentum off the exit of the corner to Logano, who was consistently on the outside and getting the run off the progressive banking. It allowed Logano to gap Chastain again by a couple car lengths. And in fact, Chastain now is about a half a second behind Logano, which is as far back as what he was even just a few laps ago. Vantage, welcome to the stream. Hamlin looking good. Poor Larson, very unlucky. Yeah, exactly. Definitely unfortunate for Kyle Larson, but Hamlin is definitely looking quick. He was fourth in practice yesterday, but qualified 22nd, so had a little bit to come from behind on today. And he is in the process of doing so right now in the top 10, and he actually got to the top 10 before the end of stage 1, so despite not having a great qualifying effort, he was able to get some stage points. And I guess I'm going to have to drop Kyle Larson out of my fantasy team then because he's behind the garage. I was trying to find my phone, and it was on my desk the entire time. Let's see here. So again, you can join the NASCAR Fantasy, the NASCAR Fantasy League on either the mobile app or website. You can go on to the fantasy portion, sign up with your email. It is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023 if you win either the regular season championship or the playoff championship. If you're not in the league right now, you're not going to win the regular season championship because you'll be too many points behind. But everybody automatically qualifies for the playoffs, so you'll have a chance to win there. And not only you would have a chance to win those tickets if you win the playoff championship, you also do have to be a subscriber of the channel while playing the league if you do win to qualify. So definitely subscribe to the channel as well so you have a chance to win as well as join the fantasy league. Of course, even though you don't have a shot at the regular season championship, by joining now, you can play and get the feel for how NASCAR Fantasy works as we still have about half the regular season to go. I believe 14 races left in the regular season following this one today. How many bugs do you think are killed during an average NASCAR race? I have seen a lot of bugs on the windshield today. I don't know. That's interesting. It's an interesting question. I feel like at a track like Darlington and all the tracks that are kind of like out in the middle of nowhere, they would probably bring in more insects than what tracks would that are near major cities. That's a very good question. So I don't really have a throwback Ryan Blaney shirt, and I always wear the Ryan Blaney shirts on Cup Series race day because Ryan Blaney is my favorite driver. But I do have a bit of a throwback with it. This is the very first Ryan Blaney shirt I had ever gotten. This was 2018, his first year with Penske. Go full screen here. It's just a simple Duracell paint scheme. He only ran it for the first few races that season. And I have that exact diecast right here as well. Duracell number 12 most specifically ran during the 2018 Daytona 500 in which Blaney led over 100 laps in that race. And almost won his first Daytona 500 with Penske in the 12 car, but there's the diecast. Pretty basic looking. It's not like a, big diecast in his career, but it was the first Ryan Blaney 1/24 scale diecast I ever got, so I guess there's that too to go with the throwback race weekend. The second diecast we've shown off during the course of this race today. Got a couple more I'll show off throughout the course of the rest of the race as we go back to full screen. I'm still working on the raw feed for NASCAR's website, hoping that is going to come up eventually. Austin Cindric was one of the first cars to hit pit road. He was running right around 15th when he had pit. So he is on fresh tires right now. Likely going to try a two-stop strategy, if I had to imagine, by pitting now. He just passed Joey Logano on the racetrack, so that's why I mentioned that. $17 on the Darlington stripe count today through 132 of 293 laps in the Goodyear 400. Battle for track position in today's race between the few fastest cars in the field especially. Larson, who was one of those fastest cars, is behind the wall with some sort of a mechanical issue, likely engine related. Joey Logano, Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, though, definitely the three favorites as this race has progressed on. wondering who's going to be the first drivers in the top 10 to pit. Tyler Reddick and Ryan Blaney are on pit road now as well. They were running 12th and 14th. It's risky, though, because if we get a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops, this is where drivers could get trapped a lap down. We saw that late last week at Dover, where we saw quite a few drivers end up falling a lap down following green flag pit stops in the final stage of the race when a caution came out for the right front tire of A.J. Allmendinger's number 16 Colleague Racing Chevrolet coming off the race car after he made his stop. That trapped two drivers who were leading late in the race of Kyle Busch and Alex Bowman a lap down. They both came back to at least get finishes in the back half of the top 10, but obviously took them out of a shot to win late. And you don't want to be that driver today, especially when it just happened to you last week. So maybe for a driver like Kyle Busch, I doubt he'll be doing it 2 weeks in a row. Busch is battling Ross Chastain for third. Martin Truex Jr. is really taken as a great long-run race car. He is up to second place. And the first two cars from the top 10 to pit will be Bubba Wallace and Denny Hamlin, who are running in 7th and 9th. So they are on pit road for their 4 tire stops. Having a little bit of a lag on my TV right now. Sorry for that. There we go. So they're going a lap down now in the hopes that when everything cycles through, they could gain time on the drivers that are still on the racetrack having to make their pit stop. I'm not sure if it's an internet problem at my house or if it's Fox's TV cameras that are lagging on me pretty bad right now, but whatever the case is, hopefully that gets cleared up pretty soon. Joey Logano on his way to pit road this time as the race leader. Martin Truex Jr. pit the lap before and was only a second and a half behind Logano. Pitting 1 lap before the leader at a second and a half off the lead, I would have to imagine, is going to be the difference in getting the 19 car in the lead in the race off of pit road. We'll see. It's also going to depend on how fast the pit stops are between the 22 and the 19. But that is definitely going to be a big factor. Ross Chastain's in the pits as well. Same lap as Logano. Kyle Busch stayed out an extra lap compared to the 22 and the 1. Byron, Jones, Bell, Suarez, Elliott, Harvick, Kurt Busch, McDowell, Custer, Burton, Keselowski, Gilliland, Castle, they all still have to pit yet. 14 cars still on the racetrack. Eric Jones to the lead now for the first time today during green flag pit stops, hoping for a caution of his own. Maybe somebody's tire comes off, as we've seen in recent weeks. And like we saw already today with Kurt Busch, even though he didn't actually pull off of his pit box at the time, the tire still came apart fairly quickly. Byron's in. Eric Jones is in right now. Kevin Harvick now will stay out on the track. He'll lead his first lap of the race. And first lap in at least a few weeks that Kevin Harvick has led. Cole Custer, Kurt Busch, Todd Gilliland, Landon Castle, Corey LaJoie still have to pit. Harvick is on his way in right now. May give Cole Custer the race lead unless Custer comes in with his teammate Harvick this time. Custer is also in with Harvick. And Martin Truex Jr. is going to take over the race lead. So Martin Truex Jr. pitting 1 lap before Joey Logano when he was a second and a half behind him is the difference in Truex taking his first lead of the race today at Darlington. Truex also ran well in the spring Darlington race last season. Ended up with a 3rd place finish. And here is Kyle Larson with Jamie Little.
Pit road. Let's go to the garage and Jamie.
Kyle Larson has crawled from the car. They are done for the day. The boys in the booth were saying when you spun, they wondered if that maybe had anything to do with what happened here.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that concerned with why we blew up, but they said that probably didn't have anything to do with it. So, bummer. Our car was super good today, so that's promising. I feel like maybe we hit on something here this weekend, but yeah, hate that I'm not going to get the finish we deserve, but like I said, I'm proud of my team for the car they brought today.
Thanks, Kyle.
Thanks, Jamie. Now, the pits.
So again, that was Larson. He is in the garage following a mechanical failure midway through stage number 2. So Tyler Reddick is actually the driver in second place right now, about 0.4 of a second off the race lead of Martin Truex Jr. Reddick was one of the first cars to hit pit road. Pitted well before Truex, Chastain, Logano, Hamlin, the rest of the top 5. And Busch staying on the racetrack longer than everybody in the top 5 right now is the reason why he has fallen from 3rd to 6th in the running order. Well, one car in the wall in turns 1 and 2. Not sure who that was. It looked like it may have been the 48 of Alex Bowman, but I'm not entirely sure. It was whoever Daniel Suarez just passed on the racetrack. Maybe it was one of the lap cars that he was working around. Whatever the case, it looked like somebody got the wall. Not heavily enough to bring out a caution. We continue to stay green. 41 laps to go yet in stage 2 this time by. Martin Truex Jr. is the race leader. I'd had Kyle to get a top 5 today. Tough blow. Yeah, he was my pick to win. Definitely wrong on that prediction today. Obviously, I didn't know he was going to have a mechanical failure, but obviously, it definitely still impacts my predictions on a weekly basis and those statistics. David Peters, welcome to the stream. Passion for your sport and ability to convey that audio/commentary form is fantastic. Keep up the great work, sir. Listening from the UK. Well, thank you and welcome from the United Kingdom. Hopefully you're enjoying today's live stream. It seems like you are. And maybe this is your only output for knowing what's going on in today's NASCAR race. Not sure how many of you may have been watching the Formula 1 race going on right now. I would assume that is probably pretty close to ending, if not over already. So we might be welcoming in some newer viewers, I would have to imagine sometime soon. They're in Miami today, but as far as this NASCAR race goes, Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Stage 1 was won by Joey Logano, who qualified on the pole. He's currently in 4th right now, as Chastain has just passed him a few laps ago. And now Denny Hamlin in the 11 also working on Logano for 4th. Hamlin's got a big run in turns 1 and 2 on Logano. Both try to diamond off the corner. Hamlin may have backed out of the gas a little early in the middle of the corner, though, because he almost got into the back of the 22 of Logano and lost a few car lengths. Those guys are about 3 seconds off the lead. And Reddick's still hanging with Truex, even after pitting almost 10 laps before him. About 0.6 of a second behind him right now. And with those guys pitting right now, will they pit again before the end of the stage is going to be another big question. Daniel Suarez had a big save off of turn 2 moments ago, nearly cleaned out the lap car, BJ McLeod, who was underneath him. Reddick trying to go for his first career win yet in NASCAR Cup Series today. He's the only driver in the top 10 without a Cup Series win in their career. Fox going to a commercial break late in stage number 2. Just over 30 laps to go in the stage. Final stage will be 108 laps to the finish once the time comes. Take a quick rundown of today's running order. Again, Martin Truex Jr. is the race leader. Tyler Reddick is in second, 0.8 of a second off the lead. Ross Chastain is in third. Joey Logano in fourth. Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 5. Kyle Busch at 6th, Bubba Wallace 7th, William Byron 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and Eric Jones rounds out the top 10 at 12.9 seconds off the race lead. And 11th is Chase Elliott. Daniel Suarez 12th. Eric Almirola 13th. Kurt Busch 14th. Ryan Blaney 15th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 16th. Kevin Harvick 17th. Austin Cindric 18th. Ty Dillon 19th. And Michael McDowell rounds out the top 20. Daniel Hemrick 21st. Justin Haley 22nd. Alex Bowman 23rd. Chase Briscoe 24th. And Austin Dillon rounds out the top 25. Brad Keselowski 26th. Harrison Burton 27th. Chris Buescher 28th. Cole Custer 29th. Todd Gilliland 30th. Corey LaJoie in 31st, Landon Castle 32nd, Cody Ware 33rd, BJ McLeod 34th, JJ Yeley 35th, and Kyle Larson out of the race after a specific mechanical issue. Will end up finishing last in today's race. Only the top 24 cars are on the lead lap. Hemrick is the last car on the lead lap, and Cindric seems to be the first car one lap down right now in the two for Penske. So that is the currently running order. The current running order in today's Goodyear 400 at Darlington. $65 likes on the stream. Our goal is 100 this afternoon. And we've had upwards of nearly 140 people watching at one point in time in today's race. So again, thank you for everybody tuning in on this Sunday, Mother's Day afternoon. Happy Mother's Day to all you moms out there today that are watching or supporting the channel. Asked this trivia question a little bit earlier today in the very first live stream of the day. So those of you that were in the NASCAR 05 live stream earlier that already know this question, try to refrain from answering it right now, but I'll go with that same trivia question for the trivia question during today's Cup race. Only one driver has qualified from the pole and won at Darlington since 1997 in the fall race. Who is the only driver in that time frame to qualify on the pole and win at Darlington in the Cup Series? Comment in the chat down below. Again, if you were in the live stream earlier today, then don't put your answer in because you already know the answer to this question. But those of you that are in this live stream right now, comment down below. We are still under green flag conditions. Corey LaJoie had just gotten into the wall really hard off turn 2, and he has brought his car to pit road. LaJoie running a Marty Robbins 1964 throwback scheme. It is one of the oldest throwback schemes this weekend. Triple-digit number for Corey LaJoie. Still running the 7, but the 77 a lot smaller font underneath. Another car just got in the wall moments ago, and that was Daniel Hemrick in the 16. He was on the outside of the one of Ross Chastain as he was a lap down, and he is now on pit road after a pretty big hit into the wall as well. And Corey LaJoie has an issue of some sort right now on pit road. I think he's trying to make his way into the garage as something maybe broke on that race car. So LaJoie trying to get into the pits. Maybe having difficulties turning the race car as hard left as he needs to get it to the garage with whatever may be broken after getting into the wall moments ago. So it's a tough hit for Corey LaJoie, and it's also a tough hit, again, just moments ago for Daniel Hemrick as well. Still about a half a second lead between Martin Truex Jr. and Tyler Reddick. Gotta say, Reddick's holding on strong on about 10 lap older tires than Truex. It doesn't seem like that is a really big factor right now. But by pitting those 10 laps sooner, it has cycled him from just outside the top 10 to second. Fast stop on top of it obviously helped as well. It's going to be interesting to see if we see any cars pit before the end of Stage 2 to try the 2-stop strategy versus just a 1-stop strategy in this second stage, as we have not seen a caution for incident in Stage 2 yet. We've had 4 cautions for incident total today, and they were all in Stage 1. About 7/10 of a second now is the difference between Truex and Reddick, as Reddick was about a tenth of a second slower that last lap. Reddick's got his hand out the window. He may be trying a 2-stop strategy. He is going to pit this time by. He definitely felt as if he may have had a vibration as well. Might be bringing him into the pits, but we'll see if anybody else comes in on the two-stop strategy also. Reddick is in. Got to give Ross Chastain second, Joey Logano up to third, and hopefully it's not something that's going to take Reddick out of the race, and hopefully he can just make the 4-tire stop and then pit. And Martin Truex Jr. was very slow that time. I wonder if he had a mistake because Ross Chastain now is going to battle him for the lead through 3 and 4 and can't quite get around him. Out of nowhere, seemingly, Chastain was right behind Martin Truex Jr. battling him for the lead, and there is heavy lap traffic coming up in front of the 19 car as well. 24 laps to go yet in stage 2. Some of the lap cars are side by side, about a half a second, maybe less, in front of Truex. Cherokee Man 71, welcome to the stream. He's pulling for Truex. The answer to the trivia question as well, I've not seen Jeff Gordon. Danica Patrick is not it either. Again, tonight's trivia question, who is the only driver to qualify from the pole at Darlington and win after starting on the pole since 1997? It's only happened once. Who is that driver? Give you guys the answer to it at the end of stage 2. 22 to go this time by in stage 2 as of right now, as Truex is trying to fend off Ross Chastain. Not sure if any of these guys are going to pit. And if nobody else ends up making a second pit stop, it's also going to be interesting to see if Tyler Reddick can get his lap back before the end of the stage on fresher tires. But he was having himself a good run with the strategy game that they had playing out for him, and fortunately, instead of running second, he is now lapped down at least outside the top 20. Alex Bowman, one of the last cars on the lead lap right now. It's like Austin Dillon right in front of him. And they're probably going to battle hard as well to try and stay on the lead lap before the end of stage 2. Might give Chastain even more of a shot to get around Truex. And not only Truex isn't keeping up the speed on Chastain, but Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin both within a second and a half of the race lead as well. So if they struggle with the lap cars and Chastain continues to battle the 19 heavily, you never know. I think Hamlin and Logano might have a shot still to win the stage. Logano now under a second behind race leader Martin Truex Jr. Chastain on the back bumper of Truex again as they go into 1 and 2. Truex starts a lot lower than Chastain. Chastain runs the middle lane. Truex bobbles a bit in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Remember, Truex and Chastain had a rivalry last weekend at Dover, or maybe a mini rivalry at that, when Chastain had pulled a block on the final lap on the back straightaway off turn 2 on Truex, causing Truex to lose control and effectively wipe out. Truex dropped back to 12th on the last lap of that race after battling for 3rd. Chastain made a clean pass in 3 and 4 to take the lead away from Martin Truex Jr. that last time by, and now Ross Chastain in the 1 leads for the first time today at Darlington. And caution, we have trouble. Keselowski and Busch are wrecked on the back straightaway. Kyle Busch, who was running well all day, was in the top 5 all day, has had issues. And that left front tire is pointed in a very, very awkward angle. Keselowski was a lap down in 22nd. Kyle Busch was in 5th rather. Window net is down on Busch, and it looks like his day is going to come to an end. So Brad Keselowski was on the outside lane. He had gotten into the wall off of turn 2, whether he broke something or not. Kyle Busch was on the outside, not far behind him, and got right into the back of him. And then Keselowski ended up coming kind of back up the racetrack into Kyle Busch in the aftermath, and that is going to bring out our 5th caution of the race today. So Keselowski in the wall off turn 2. Kyle Busch on the outside, not far behind him, ran into him. Nowhere for Busch to go. And Kyle Busch's good day will come to an end. That is the 4th car who is running inside the top 5 at one point to have an issue of some sort today. That is just insane. Kind of similar to what we saw last week at Dover, really. So Kyle Busch has just kind of walked off with his car still on pit road, and he did not pull it into the garage. So Kyle Busch's car is sitting on pit road. Kyle Busch has just walked away in frustration. Busch is back in the garage, and his car is sitting on pit road, so they're going to have to push his car behind the garage without Busch in it before they can open pit road. So Kyle Busch, in frustration, has hopped out of his race car. I would assume we're probably not going to get an interview with him, but he is heavily upset. 41 Co-Rod 08, welcome to the stream. I'll scroll down the leaderboard once we see pit stops because the running order is likely going to change here very soon. So we'll be getting pit stops during this caution period. That caution is not good for Reddick. That's going to trap him a lap down after making an unscheduled stop about 10 laps prior to the yellow. So again, caution late in stage 2. Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski have wrecked. Kyle Busch was in 5th after Keselowski had hit the wall while running a lap down in 22nd. Turn 2, Busch was on the outside, had nowhere to go, ran into the back of him, and Busch's car is still on pit road, as the tow truck is there now to try and tow up the 18 car and pull the 18 behind the garage so that way they can open pit road up. Harvick is 14th. Yeah, right now Harvick is 14th. See if NASCAR's website's back up. Hey! Guys, the raw feed's working. Look at this. It's a miracle. It took till very late in the race, but the raw feed is up and working on NASCAR's website. We have stats, baby. Let's go. I'm pumped. I wish we had this the whole race. I am extremely sorry, but the raw feed was down on NASCAR's website for the second straight week. It is back up and running now in the second half of our Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Field is on pit road. You guys will get to see the top 30 in the running order now on a consistent basis. So again, that was our 5th caution of the race today. Harrison Burton gets the free pass in the 21 car. So we have about 21 cars on the lead lap right now when we get to the restart. Nobody stayed out of the pits. Everybody hit pit road this time. Field had about 30, a little more than 30 lap older tires. Ross Chastain wins the race off of pit road, came in as the leader, left as the leader. Big mover on pit road was Eric Almirola gaining 5 spots, and Christopher Bell lost 3 spots in the pits. So Keselowski and Busch tangle off turn 2, bringing out our 5th caution of the race today. Second one Keselowski's been involved in. And turn 2 has been the trouble corner, it seems like, in this one so far. It's where we saw that caution for Keselowski back on lap 3. And then we saw this one for Keselowski as well. Maybe it's just a trouble corner for Keselowski, I guess, today. Larson spun out in the middle of turns 3 and 4 earlier. He's behind the garage with an engine failure. Quick look at the drivers that were the spotlight drivers coming into the day, where they are running right now. We'll start off with the sleeper picks because they seem to be running pretty well for the most part. Ross Chastain is the leader. He was one of those sleeper picks coming into the race today. Austin Dillon was the other. Dillon back on the lead lap, but is currently in 19th. The must-have picks going into the race today was Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson. Larson looked very fast, one of, if not the fastest cars in the very beginning of this race, but unfortunately had a mechanical failure that has dropped him out after spinning earlier on in the race. He had saved it, got back inside the top 10 before having the next mechanical failure. Denny Hamlin is in third, having a good day. At stage points in stage 1, he's running in third place though right now, looking for a lot more stage points in stage 2. And then the donut picks, the 2 drivers I said were not going to get top 10 finishes and would not have good runs by the end of the race. Chase Elliott up to 7th place. And then Ryan Blaney is back at 20th right now. There were some cars that took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. They'll line up on this restart on extremely old tires. I don't think they're going to go a lap down by the time we go green because we should have just over 10 laps to go on the restart in stage 2. Cody Ware, Landon Castle, Ty Gillen, Cole Custer, Chris Buescher, and Tyler Reddick all took the wave around. So they'll be on older tires on the restart, hoping for a caution, which we should get one with the stage break coming up very soon after the restart. So probably a good call for taking the wave around there, and a big break for Reddick to at least get back on the lead lap. But he's only going to have about one stage to try to get back into this race as he's currently in 22nd. Over 150 people watching right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the road to 2,000 subs on the channel. We're getting closer and closer and closer. We're over 1.9 thousand as of right now. 99 subscribers to go to get to 2,000. I was wondering if we could get there this week. If not this week, probably next week at Kansas. But we'll see if we can get there today. Hopefully you guys are having a happy Mother's Day and enjoying today's Goodyear 400 at Darlington. Kyle Busch is already in his street clothes right now, and the NASCAR official has come to Kyle Busch, probably asking him to either go to the NASCAR hauler or go to the infield care center. One or the other. Foxbooth is trying to indicate why Kyle Busch may have not driven back into the garage. And Mike Joy did state that last time we were at Darlington, the Southern 500, Kyle Busch had driven through cones that were set up for pedestrians to walk in the garage. And he ended up getting fined for it, so maybe that's why he stopped where he did on the racetrack. But regardless of the fact, probably should have just drove it into pit road. There were no cones there, so whatever the case was, Kyle Busch upset, and his day has come to an end. As well as Brad Keselowski's after that accident. Keselowski again was in 22nd lap down, Kyle Busch in the lead lap in 5th. 1 to go signal that last time given by, so we'll have a restart with 11 laps to go in stage 2. Ross Chastain is the leader with Martin Truex Jr. currently in 2nd. Chastain elects the outside on the restart. Martin Truex Jr. will be on the inside. Row 2, Joey Logano will be on the inside. Denny Hamlin on the outside. And then row 3, Chase Elliott on the inside. William Byron on the outside. Lisa Rogers, oh Kyle, yeah. And Kyle is upset. And he'll probably be getting another fine from NASCAR. And jokingly, he'll probably be like, well, what am I supposed to do? I went to the garage the last time, I got fined. I didn't go to the garage this time, I got fined. That's probably going to be what Kyle Busch would have to say. If we do get an interview from Kyle Busch, you guys will get to listen to it. Hopefully there's no profanity involved, but I kind of hope so at the same time, too, because it'll be a hilarious interview. But we'll see. I'll apologize it on the forefront if they do get an interview with him. I would expect that we likely won't get an interview with Kyle Busch. Maybe we'll get one from Keselowski, who knows. But if we get any of them, you guys will get to listen in. Green flag is back in the air as Ross Chastain is going to lead the field of the green in stage number 2 from the Geico restart zone to the start-finish line. Martin Truex Jr. trying to hang out on the bottom as he is going to pull to the inside in the middle of turns 1 and 2 this time. not going to be able to stay alongside with the one of Chastain as Chastain gets the run off the exit of the corner and pulls clear of Truex. Truex hops in line in second right in front of Denny Hamlin, his teammate, in third place. Joey Logano back to the inside of Hamlin, trying to slide job in turns 3 and 4. And Logano is clear off of turn 4. Hamlin may have had to get out of the gas to let the 22 car in after that aggressive move that worked out for Logano that time. Chase Elliott got bottlenecked up on the inside of William Byron, lost momentum now, and Eric Jones will get around it for position as Jones about gets into the wall off turn 2. Elliott will drop in line behind him, and here comes Almirola to the inside of Elliott for 7th place. He'll make the pass on the 9 car, slides up nearly into the 43 off the exit of turn 4. Bell also gets around Elliott as Elliott's lost a few positions now in the last lap. Bell to the outside of the 10 car of Almirola. Big battles going on right now in the back half of the top 10, all for stage points with the stage end looming in 9 laps. Chastain still holds about a 0.3 of a second lead right now over Martin Truex Jr. In the top 10, Ross Chastain's the leader. Martin Truex Jr. in second, 0.4 of a second off the lead. Joey Logano is in third, 0.6 of a second off the lead. Denny Hamlin in fourth, 0.9 of a second off the lead. William Byron rounds out the top 5, 1.1 seconds off the lead. Eric Jones in sixth, 1.7 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell in 7th, 2.1 seconds off the lead. Almirola 2.6 seconds off the lead in 8th. 2.7 seconds off the lead in 9th is Chase Elliott. Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10 at 3 seconds off the lead. And it looks like Almirola is fending off Elliott on the outside lane right now. And will hang on another lap to the 8th place position as Elliott could not make the pass off of turn 4. William Byron battles with Denny Hamlin in the 11 car as they are nearly side by side. Here's the interview with Kyle Busch.
There in front of you.
Just the 6 car blew right front tire off of 2 and had nowhere to go. Just got collected up and something not of our doing. But it's frustrating for having a good M&M's Camry. It was nice to be running top 5. Made some laps there and just felt like we were trying to hone in on the setup, the short run versus the long run, and where we wanted to be good, and what all was going to pay dividends at the end of the day. But, oh well.
You got out of your car on pit road. Why did you stop there and leave it?
I just couldn't make the corner.
Thank you.
Well, there's a short explanation for Kyle Busch. He just couldn't make the corner on the pit road. Well, that is up for objective opinion, I guess, for others, but at least he gave a polite answer, to say the least. Sarah Cadelico, welcome to the stream, as well as Ruben Silva Garcia, welcome to the stream. He's hoping Denny Hamlin can get the checkered flag today, and Sarah rooting for Martin Truex Jr., who is currently in second as of right now. 5 laps to go in Stage 2. Ross Chastain again leads, trying to get another stage win this season for himself. So still the first laps he's led today. He took the lead from Truex moments before the caution from Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski getting together after Keselowski blew a tire off turn 2, hit the wall. Again, Busch was on the outside with nowhere to go, ran into the back of him. So Ross Chastain currently 4th most laps led this season as we run during this race today. Only behind Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, and William Byron, who leads the way. Byron with 520 laps led on the year. And currently Byron is in the top 5. He's still battling Denny Hamlin for 4th since the restart. He's running out of time to get around him as we have just 2.5 laps to go in Stage 2. Playoff points again are awarded to the top 10. 1 point per position, with first place getting 10 points. Second place getting 9, all the way down to 1 point for 10th. And the stage winner will get a playoff point. That will carry through every round of the playoffs. Once that time comes, of course, Chastain is qualified already with 2 stage wins on the year. Logano is not qualified yet. He won stage 1. He is in 3rd. Still looking for his first win of the year to lock him in. Maybe it could be today. He's been competitive. He's been in the top 3 all day. And currently about 1.3 seconds off the lead. Battle for track position is definitely going to be the key as we get later and later on restarts in this race, as well as track position on long green flag runs where it may be a little bit easier to pass as the tires start to wear out. Byron again challenged down low but could not get around Hamlin on the final corner of second to last lap of the stage. in line behind him. He's got one more lap to try and get around him. Chastain's widened out now a 9/10 of a second lead over Martin Truex Jr. He has one more corner to go as they go into turns 3 and 4 this time by. So Ross Chastain is going to win stage number 2. I believe it is his second stage win of the season. Martin Truex Jr. is going to finish second. And it is the second stage win of the year for Chastain. I was right. Truex ends up second. Joey Logano third. Denny Hamlin fourth. And William Byron rounds out the top 5. Eric Jones in 6th. Christopher Bell 7th. Chase Elliott 8th. Eric Almirola 9th. And Daniel Suarez will all round out the top 10 in stage 2 and all receive stage points through the second stage. Former Gordon fan, actual Hamlin. Interesting swap following Gordon's career coming to an end. And oddly enough, the 11 and the 24 were battling for 4th on the last couple laps of stage 2. It's all going full circle. Logano's led the most laps so far today with 86 laps led now that we have the raw feed up and our statistics are available for the first time really in the race today. And we have had so far 9 different drivers lead laps for 15 lead changes. Even though these teams only have about 11 laps on their tires, we may be seeing pit stops again, though the battle for track position very important, so we'll see what the strategy call will be when they come back from the commercial break. Who will be on pit road? Who will stay out? I say if you are the leader, Ross Chastain, this is where it becomes difficult. Because you're going to do something and you might have other drivers do opposite behind you. If you stay out, they might pit. And if you end up pitting, they're probably going to stay out. Right now there are 26 cars on the lead lap. So it is going to be a very tough decision to make. I do know for a fact that the cars that took the wave around from 21st on back during that last caution will pit. So Reddick, Ty Dillon, Custer, Gillen, Busher, Landon Castle, they are all on the lead lap, and they will be pitting because they have older tires taking the wave around on the last restart. But it's everybody really ahead of them that's going to be the interesting decision on whether they pit or not. I'm not a bot. I didn't think you were a bot. Seth Thomas, welcome to the stream. Cody Ware led his first career lap today. Is that true? Did he actually... I mean, I see he led. JJ Yaley led also. It was during caution. They had stayed out to both lead a lap after the field had pitted. I would assume during the competition yellow earlier in the race when they were on the lead lap still. I don't know if that's their first career. I don't think it's Yaley's first career lap. He's been in NASCAR for a while off and on. But Cody Ware, you never know. It could be. Probably have to fact check that. I'll look it up real quick. I feel like he has to have led a lap under caution somewhere else. So BJ McLeod having a mechanical failure of some sort as he has a fire underneath his race car during the stage break. And that delayed the... That car is charred right now, by the way. Pit road's going to remain closed until they clear the mess up from BJ McLeod. This is Bobby Labonte's final words as he's in the Fox booth now before they turn it over to Bill Elliott for the final stage.
That makes you want to jump right back in one of these and do a couple more races in Darlington.
Well, I thought about what Kyle Busch was doing, but then he got wrecked. So I thought, well, I'm not going to do that. I think Ross Chastain, I like to be in his position. I like to drive those cars right now. They're really fast.
Oh, the ones that are fast, you're good with that? You want to drive that?
Dude, I am too old to go. I'm too old to go back to something that's not as fast. So I'll just go with that.
Speaking of racer, you got a little racing in your future coming up, right?
Yeah.
What's your plans this summer?
Yeah, I got some modified racing, got some SRX racing. So I think I got about about 25 races total this year.
Awesome.
But at least it's kind of on my schedule. You know,
On your
I kind
time.
of want to do that.
Little Bobby wants to run, you go run.
Well, I hear you've been burning them up in that Cookout Modified.
The Cookout Modified has been fast. We haven't won yet. We went to Stafford, ran up there. We got, they told us how we should be racing, and we weren't racing good enough. So we're going to regroup, hopefully go back north again sometime later, but some southern races this year, maybe even North Wilkesboro.
Has a lot to
That's
do.
right. North Wilkesboro comes back in August on pavement and October on dirt. And then they're
It'd be interesting if they can get Bobby Labonte to run one of the local races that are supposed to be held at North Wilkesboro by the end of the year. Chris Davis, welcome to the stream. Thanks for subscribing. Mark63, welcome as well. They need Jimmy Spencer in the booth for a race. Oh my goodness. I've been vocal about them bringing Jeff Hammond back this season. Of course, Jeff Hammond worked for Fox for a long period of time. I feel like that'd be an easy one to bring back in the booth and be a familiar face for fans that grew up watching NASCAR on Fox, since really NASCAR on Fox started up until the mid-2000s. Jeff Hammond was always in the Hollywood Hotel with Chris Myers. They brought Myers back this year for pre-race festivities, and I think they could bring Jeff Hammond back for a different driver in the booth, as they've been cycling drivers out this year for that third man in the booth for Fox all season. Malachi Coate, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Chris Davis loves NASCAR. I do too, man. 170 people watching the stream as of right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Road to 2,000 subs, and of course, most importantly, the road to becoming a commentator back in the sport of NASCAR. Trey Irby, welcome to the stream. Wait, Daryl back. Daryl Waltrip was back for 1 week during Dirt Bristol, but that was it. He also came back for the All-Star race in 2020 at Bristol as well. The road's still closed as they're cleaning the mess up that BJ McLeod had laid down after his car was in flames during the stage break, making his way to pit road. So continuously running caution laps during the stage 2 break. I guess it was kind of a good time for the caution to come out, that McLeod's caution ended up not actually bringing anybody else out of it. I forgot to take Larson out of my lineup. I meant to do that earlier. Oh, I really hope I could change that right now. I'm logging on. Stage 3 has not started yet, but it's locked. God bless America. You've got to be joking me. I can't believe that happened again. And sadly enough, the driver that happens to be in my garage that I can't take can't take Kyle Larson out for is Ross Chastain, who's leading this race. That's the second week in a row that I forgot to change my lineup. It's hard, man. I'm already multitasking. I'm commentating the race for you guys. I'm looking at the chat. And then I have to do a third thing, which is try to remember my fantasy lineup for NASCAR, and I cannot remember it. Last year I forgot a couple times. This year I've been terrible with it. And I think the point standings go to show. Truex's neighbor, that's pretty cool. I'll take your word for it. So 108 laps in the final stage. Probably going to have less than 100 to go by the time they go green once they finally decide to open pit road up. And pit road will be open this time by. Get to listen into the pit reporters this time to see what kind of adjustment changes that they are making.
All right, they're on pit road. Austin Dillon's pit has a lot of that fire residue from what happened to the 78, but here's Jamie.
Nice clean pit for the 1900 opening as he climbs in there. Loose with the back, losing the nose is the worst part, though. 4 tires here, the 11 and Denny Hamlin too tight overall, especially going up the hill. That's his biggest issue. And the 24, William Byron, fired up a little bit tight that time, Regan.
Eric Jones in the 43 continues to be strong today, a little bit too tight. Doesn't want to be any tighter than that, though, right now. And the 1 car of Ross Chastain, a little bit tighter this run to start. Said that he wants to get even tighter yet, so it's good at the end of the run. Joey Logano can't turn down the hill in turn 2. He needs help there.
Denny Hamlin wins the race off of pit road, gaining 3 positions, and that is huge to get him the track position he needs with the FedEx number 11 Toyota. Mark Truex Jr., the big loser on pit road, losing 4 spots, and Almirola also up 4 spots on pit road. He'll get to restart in 5th. Few drivers lost 2 spots. Eric Jones, Christopher Bell towards the back half of the top 10. Chase Elliott as well. So again, if you're just tuning in, we have had 6 cautions in today's race. First caution was back on lap number 3 when Brad Keselowski had spun off the front bumper of Chase Elliott after LaJoie and Hamlin made a bit of contact in front of him, causing an accordion effect. Keselowski, for the most part, saved the spin, but ended up kind of clipping the left rear corner panel. He's been outside the top 20 all day. Caution number 2 was the comp yellow at lap 30. Lap 54, Kyle Larson went for a spin, battling Kyle Busch for second. Never made contact with Busch nor the wall, but ended up losing a lot of track position. He'd come back into the top 10 before having an engine failure a little later in the race. Stage 1 would conclude with Joey Logano winning the opening stage of the race, and then in Stage 2 he went caution-free until just over 20 laps to go in the stage when Brad Keselowski had blown a right front tire off of Turn 2 and compacted the outside wall. He was a lap down in 22nd when it happened. He was right in front of the 5th place car of Kyle Busch, who ended up hitting him from behind after he had nowhere to go on the outside lane. That was the most recent caution for incident, and then we just got to the end of Stage 2 moments ago. And Ross Chastain was able to win Stage 2, but Denny Hamlin wins the race off pit road during the Stage 2 pit stops, and he'll be able to have the lead and be the control car in the restart with about 100, maybe a little less than that, laps to go when we go green. So that is the race update so far for those of you wondering. Hamlin is now the 10th different leader in today's race. Again, 15 lead changes, actually 16 now, considering Hamlin is leading his first laps of the day. Hamlin started 22nd. Got back into the top 10. There we go. Do I do this every week? I do this pretty much every week. The only weeks I don't do it is when I'm usually at the race in person. I've been to 4 races so far this year. I went to Daytona during speed weeks. So I was at the 500. I was there for the dual races and all that. The Xfinity, the truck race that weekend. And the weeks I'm at the racetrack, there's still content on the channel from the racetrack itself, doing race highlight videos from the grandstands. So all those race highlight videos are up on the channel. It's on a separate playlist on the channel. Also went to Auto Club the following week for the Cup race. So the highlight videos for the Auto Club Cup race are on the channel. I went to Atlanta for the Cup race, and then I also went to Bristol for the dirt race a couple weeks ago for the Cup and the Truck Series. Both those race highlights are there, as well as the heat race highlights from that race weekend's events. Get Ward Burton in the booth. Oh, geez. I think I know why you said that. But yeah, I do this every week outside of when I'm at the track usually. So we'll be live next weekend again for the Kansas Cup race. Also be live for the truck race next weekend as well. It'll be the first truck race I'll be doing live commentary for this season. It's a little harder for me to do the truck and the Xfinity races. They usually only have to be on usually Saturday nights. Best time for me to do that because I do have to work on Saturdays during the day as well as Fridays during the day. So Friday nights are usually kind of tough. I did an Xfinity race on a Friday night already this year because I was able to. They had an hour rain delay, and there were 16 cautions during the Martinsville race. That the race didn't get over until almost midnight, and I went to work the next morning on less than 5 hours of sleep. So that was pretty rough, and that's probably why I usually don't do the Friday night streams, and it's tough for me to do the other series. But when available, I will, and next weekend is one of those weeks at Kansas for the Truck Series. So I'll be doing 2 commentary races for real races next weekend. Green flag is going to be back in the air. Denny Hamlin on the outside lane has been the preferred lane all race long. There have been cars that have been able to get to the lead on the bottom, and we'll see if Chastain can do it this time. Through turns 1 and 2, side by side right now for the race lead. Chastain's loose, and he spins off of turn 4, head on into the inside retaining wall on the back straightaway. Chastain got sideways off of turn 2, battling Hamlin for the lead and lost it. No contact, he pushed the limit a little too much, and the Stage 2 winner is out of the race. Window net is down. Big hit to the inside wall, head on for Ross Chastain. And that is our 7th caution of the race today on the first lap under green at stage 3. Chastain restarted on the inside and was side by side with Denny Hamlin on the restart. Trying to hold the exit of turn 2 as tightly as he could on the bottom. And just could not hold it. Lost control. He had gotten loose once earlier in the race too and was able to save it when he was on the outside. But on the inside with Hamlin on his outside, he did a great job keeping it off the 11. But he turned down into the inside wall, and his day is going to come to an end. Another car that has led laps today, was in the top 5, is now going to be out of the race. Chastain, Larson, Kurt Busch had a uncontrolled tire earlier when he was in the top 5 on pit road. Hasn't been up there since. Blaney was in the top 5 at one point. He went to the back and has never been able to really get himself back in the top 10 since. A lot of comers and goers in this one, and Chastain's day is done. Not Ross and Larson, man. Yeah, that is... Well, hey, Chastain was in my garage. Thank goodness. I don't wish anybody bad luck by any means. And Chastain's still going to outscore Larson, so I'm still going to lose points. But it's not going to look as bad when he was leading at the end of stage 2 and my lineup was locked in my fantasy league and I couldn't get into it. I got bailed out, but that really does stink, though, for Chastain otherwise. It's my favorite paint scheme of the weekend, too. Hate to see it in the wall. And I'm assuming we'll get an interview from Chastain when Fox comes back from the commercial break and when he's checked and released from the infield care center. He did get out of the car under his own power after a hit into the inside wall head on, getting loose off the exit of turn 2. Battling side by side for the lead with Denny Hamlin first lap after the restart. And I think that just goes to show that side-by-side battle we saw between Logano and Kyle Busch back at stage 1 where they were side-by-side for 3 laps in a row on a restart is even more impressive considering, again, how unstable these cars are on this surface, how hard it is to run side-by-side, and Chastain and Hamlin couldn't even do it for 1 lap before Chastain had gotten sideways and got loosed. Best paint scheme of the weekend is wrecked. Hate to see it. Speaking of paint schemes, we'll go full screen one more time. Showing you guys a couple more die casts for the Darlington Throwback race weekend. I figured it was fitting to kind of show a couple throughout the course of the day. And the only Throwback paint scheme die cast I have since Darlington started having their Throwback weekends is this one right here. And I have the original and the actual Throwback paint scheme, which, again, is the first. Obviously, I'm a Ryan Blaney fan, so of course it's a Ryan Blaney diecast, but it's a Ryan Blaney Duracell number 12, but specifically 2018 Throwback diecast. This 2018 Throwback diecast was ran, in 2018, but it was his father's paint scheme, Dave Blaney, and that paint scheme is this one right here, is a Jasper number 77 car, most famously at Darlington, oddly enough, see, coming full circle again, finished a 3rd place to Kurt Busch and Ricky Craven in that 2003 Carolina Dodge Dealers 400, where they were side by side, bumping, banging at the line. Blaney finished 3rd in that race, right behind him. So I have both the original. You could see pretty much how identical both diecasts are with one another. The only difference is the paint scheme, though. The side of the car it looks similar, the back of the car it looks similar, but the even the right side of the car, when I get my hand out of the way, it looks similar. But it's the hood of the race car where it's off. I wish Duracell would have had a slanted, blue on it. Make it look as close to Jasper as possible. But outside of that, it looks pretty much identical. So that's the only Darlington Throwback scheme I have. I do want to get a couple other Blaney ones. Unfortunately, he's not running one this year. I would like to get last year's diecast paint scheme specifically. I've seen it at racetracks I've gone to in the past this year, but I have not gotten it yet. Blaney's a good driver. I'd say so. Patricia Times, welcome to the stream. Where Okanzua, welcome to the stream. Hopefully I said your name correctly. Where Okanzua. That's a heck of a last name right there. It's like a baseball last name. Setting up for another restart, Hamlin was in the lead with Chastain spinning underneath him. It'll be Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin on the front row this time, with Hamlin again on the outside. And Joey Logano will be the car on the inside. Green flag is going to be back in the air again at Darlington. 94 laps to go to the restart. Great launch for Denny Hamlin initially. Joey Logano now with a great jump in the middle of turns 1 and 2, and actually slid up in front of Denny Hamlin pretty easily in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Hamlin did not hold up well on the outside lane on that restart that time, and Joey Logano just took it right away with him with ease. And the other Trackhouse Racing Chevrolet, running a Dale Earnhardt type paint scheme, Coca-Cola throwback scheme at least, has worked himself up to 6th, battling Eric Almirola for the 5th place position. Most of the field single file right now. A couple laps into the restart as Joey Logano leads once again today. He has led the most laps so far with 88 now and counting. Might be able to eclipse the 100-lap lead mark on this race very shortly. And with the caution laps that were ran pretty heavily at the end of Stage 2, and the caution laps ran because of the yellow that came out the first lap of Stage 3, it should be a one-stop race in this final stage for pretty much everybody in the field. I don't think anybody's going to try a two-stop strategy now. We'll probably split it in half after about 45 or so laps. We'll see if anybody tries two stops, but we've had quite a few cautions today. I feel like it'd be too risky. Chase Elliott gets around Eric Jones for 8th place. And Kevin Harvick now working on Jones to the bottom lane for 9th in turns 1 and 2. Side by side with the 43. Nearly making contact off the exit. Harvick drives it in deep into 3. And a slide job incoming. And he'll be able to make the pass. Stenhouse gets sideways and nearly gets into Eric Jones, who might have gotten into the wall off the exit of turn 4. Stenhouse is trying to battle Jones for 10th. And Blaney's going to get around Stenhouse, it looks like, after the loss of momentum for 11th. Well, contact further back in the pack between Chase Briscoe and Austin Dillon on the restart as well. And I guess Harvick and Jones did get together when they were running side by side. Jones got in the wall there, and then he got in the wall again off turn 2, and Stenhouse tried to pass him. Stenhouse trying to fend off Briscoe in the 14 as Briscoe gets to the inside right now in a battle for 12th. Stenhouse going to be able to hold on the outside lane likely? No, maybe not. Looks like he did lose the position. Darlington stripe counter up to 26. Unofficially, of course. According to Fox. We haven't gotten a NASCAR on Fox Crank It Up yet today. Once we do, you guys will get to listen to that as usual with the live race commentary, live streams on the channel. The GIB, Gibby the Postman, welcome to the stream. Currently sitting at 87 laps to go, as you can see on your screen right now. Here is Jamie Little standing with Ross Chastain.
Well, Ross, we saw you had trouble over that bump, and you saved it earlier. What happened on that restart there?
Yeah, just right there, right? Just too much throttle and not enough grip. I knew the bump was there, and I just trusted it too much.
Ross Chastain out today. Mike?
So again, tough break for Ross Chastain. He spun out moments ago and hit the wall head-on on the back straightaway after battling Denny Hamlin for the lead on the restart. Side by side, just could not hold the corner at how much he was on the throttle. So overstepping the boundaries just a bit. And yes, as Seth Thomas has stated in the chat, still one more pit stop left to the end of this race. Logano still trying to hold off Denny Hamlin after Joey got ahead of him on the restart. A great launch on the bottom lane. Logano's been good on the inside and the outside on the restart today. Really one of the more versatile drivers on the restart. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that he has been on the front row for a lot of the restarts today. So he's been able to get more practice timing the restarts in the Geico restart zone compared to pretty much any other driver in the field today. Think of the other drivers who were up there. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain. They're all out of the race now, so Logano's probably the most experienced of those that have been running in the top three. Specifically on row 1 on the restarts. Hamlin to the inside of Logano off turn 4. Pretty good drive off, even for the car on the bottom. Logano didn't have as much momentum that time, and Hamlin will drive it now deep onto the bottom lane, looking for the slide job in 1 and 2. He's clear. New leader, Denny Hamlin, for the second different time today, and he's about to lead his first green flag lap of the race this time by. Hamlin with just one top 10 on the year. It was a win at Richmond earlier this season. Maybe he can get his second top 10 with his second win today. Remember, 5 playoff points per win in the regular season. Hamlin, who's well outside the top 10 in the regular season standings, likely not looking at getting playoff points for finishing in the top 10 in the regular season standings this year. So is desperate into getting stage wins and wins. He has 1 stage win this year, and he is looking for his second race win. Fox going to go to a commercial break, at least side by side. Denny Hamlin again is the leader. Joey Logano is second. William Byron in third. Martin Truex Jr. fourth. Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 5. Christopher Bell in 6th. Chase Elliott 7th. Eric Almirola 8th. Kevin Harvick 9th. Eric Jones rounds out the top 5. Or top 10, sorry. Jones looking for his 7th top 10 of the season. Already has 2 more than what he did the entirety of last season in the 43 car. And this year he's already got 2 more than that through just 11 races. I know picked nets on the cars. Well, they did that for a Breast Cancer Awareness Month last year in October. I'm sure they'll probably do that again this coming October as well. William Byron is hounding Joey Logano right now for second place as Hamlin is slowly pulling away. He's a few tenths of a second already ahead of Logano. Tyler Reddick and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. battling for 12th place on the racetrack as Reddick continuously looks to the inside of the 47 of Stenhouse. Both those cars not running throwback schemes this weekend. So it's definitely been the drivers who didn't really qualify well or even didn't qualify at all who are running very well in the race as of right now. Denny Hamlin, who qualified 22nd, is leading. Harvick, who didn't even qualify, he had to start in a backup car, wrecking in practice, is 9th. Same goes for Elliott, also wrecked in practice in a backup car in limited practice this weekend, is 7th. Eric Almirola started well outside the top 10, he's in 8th. Daniel Suarez started in row number 10 today. He's in 5th. So those guys definitely moving forward in this one. And the drivers who started up towards the front that are either out of the race or not running well would include Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson. Ryan Blaney qualified well. He's just outside the top 10 at least. Reddick qualified top 10. He's just outside the top 10. Kurt Busch is 16th. He started in row 3. Qualified 6th. So they're still desperately rooting for Martin Truex Jr. Still sitting in the 4th place position with 1 more pit stop left in the race. Remember, it was Truex who cycled to the lead after a good long run race car on the middle run of stage 2, or the middle going of stage 2. Got to within a second and a half of the race leader at the time, Joey Logano. Pitted one lap before him, and that was able to vault him from second to first. And he was in fourth for most of that run until the closing laps before he pit, and then the pit stop sequences. And he's in fourth right now, second and a half off the lead in the same circumstance. So we'll see. Still at least 30 laps away from green flag pit stops if we do stay green to the end of the race. Ryan Blaney just made a pass on Tyler Reddick again for 11th as they continue to battle back and forth on the racetrack, at least looking at the leaderboard. Wayne J., welcome to the stream. Got Ryan Blaney's diecast car as a small one. Of the throwback scheme I just showed. Or just in general. Leaving Tuesday for Kansas. Oh, you're going to the Kansas race next weekend? Hopefully you enjoy the race. You're doing live commentary on the channel for it. Both the Saturday night truck race and the Cup Series next Sunday as well. So again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Road to 1,000 subscribers on the channel. Or, sorry, we're all the way past that. Road to 2,000 subscribers on the channel. And, of course, road to becoming a NASCAR commentator in the real realms down the road. I do the realistic commentary for these live streams with the real races and even the video game races during the week, doing the same thing. Christopher Bell, Daniel Suarez side by side battling for fifth very harshly, nearly making contact off the exit of turn 2 as Suarez can't quite hold the outside lane. Here comes Chase Elliott trying to make it 3 wide into turn 3 for fifth. Not sure if this is going to work. Bell will pull clear of the 99 of Suarez. Elliott will pull clear of Suarez and Bell. What a move by Chase Elliott. Elliott is up to fifth after making a 3 wide pass in turns 3 and 4 at Darlington of all racetracks. Unbelievable. Elliott on the move. 2.7 seconds off the lead, up to fifth. Look out for the 9 car as we get later into stage 3. 72 laps to go yet in this race. There is time for Elliott, and he is putting together some good lap times. So Bell and Suarez were side by side all the way through turns 1 and 2. And then they were side drafting each other some more on the back straightaway as they were still side by side. After the slow up of both of those things combined, Elliott was able to have a massive run up the high side off the exit of turn 2. Ran them down, went 3 wide to the bottom, and slid up in front of both of them in 3 and 4. That's got to be the pass of the day so far out of Chase Elliott, and Elliott is still closing. I mentioned a couple laps ago when he made the passes for fifth that he was 2.7 seconds off the lead of Denny Hamlin. Now he's 2.3 seconds off the lead from Hamlin just a few laps later, just 2 laps later. Elliott seems to be about 0.2 of a second quicker a lap compared to Hamlin. Remember, Elliott won his first race of the season last week at Dover, looking to go back-to-back today. Only had 1 top 5 in the season before winning at Dover last week, and he's looking for back-to-back wins all of a sudden. He is the regular season points leader. Hasn't gotten a lot of stage points today. Didn't have any in stage 1 after not being able to qualify nor practice. I don't think he was there at the end of stage 2. I think he was just outside the top 10 then as well. I predicted him to not get a top 10 finish today, not only with the lack of practice, but the fact he only has 3 top 10 finishes in the last 10 races at this racetrack and only 4 top 10s in his career at Darlington. But he's looking better today, at least in the late going, and he's definitely got that car working for him as he continues to close now down to 2.1 seconds off the lead with 68 laps to go. Be back next week. Well, thank you. Logano still within about 0.6 of a second behind Denny Hamlin. As Hamlin leads. Hamlin's led 28 laps today. Logano has led 95. William Byron's in third, 1.2 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. fourth, 1.8 seconds off the lead. And Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5, 2.1 seconds off the race lead. And 7 cautions in the race today. Your stage winners, Joey Logano and Ross Chastain. Chastain, Larson, Kyle Busch, all heavy hitters in this one. Were all in the top 5 most of the race at the time of them getting knocked out of the race, but they are all done for the day. Corey LaJoie, BJ McLeod, Daniel Hemrick, and those are the other 3 drivers who are also out of the race. Brad Keselowski also out. Definitely going to hurt the regular season standings. Big fan of Alan Kulwicki. Thunderbird Ford. Also Davey Allison. Wayne's been a fan since at least the early 90s. Cool to hear. They will have to pit again. Lester Troyer, welcome to the stream as well. Again, 1 pit stop out from the rest to the end of this race. I'd have to imagine most of the field will pit about halfway through this stage, which would mean they'll pit somewhere between 40 and 50 laps to go, which is about another 10 to 15 laps from now. That's going to be another dictator of who will have the track position to the end of this race. It's been really important things. I will say it's been easier to pass on longer runs when the cars are more unstable, as it's a lot easier for somebody to lose their momentum, maybe having to lift because of a hiccup in the middle of the corner and keep the car from spinning out from underneath them. Mostly every driver's been battling loose conditions, very hot air temperature going into this weekend in Darlington. Oh, geez, we have a bot down in the chat below. Well, I'm glad that we haven't had more of them today, but sounds like that's the first one. Trying to make sure to report the bots if we do see any. More reports they get, I don't know. I'm assuming that would help. We had bots on the channel on the first stream earlier today too, when we had a NASCAR 05 full race live stream at Richmond. We had 4 of them in that one, and first set of bots we have right now. Still waiting to see if Fox is going to do a crank it up. I would assume that they're probably not. I don't think they did one at Dover last week because I don't remember playing it for you guys either. I didn't realize Bobby Labonte's still in the booth. I thought Bill Elliott was taking over full time. That was strange. Big fan of Alan Kulwicki, Davey Allison, and Bill Elliott. Also really like Ryan Blaney, the Hendricks. Powerhouses. Richmond, I miss the old days. I feel like everything is more enhanced when you're, maybe younger, when you're a fan of anything, especially sports related. I think the same thing would probably end up going for myself, really. Just just look at all the paint schemes on the diecast I have on my wall, and they're all ones that were like from Gen 4 era when I was younger watching NASCAR. Car of Tomorrow. Don't really have many Gen 6 diecasts. Unless they're Ryan Blaney, but that's because he's my favorite driver right now. Joey Logano back to battling Denny Hamlin for the lead. Hamlin passed him about 10 to 15 laps after the race started, as Logano didn't take off as well in the short run, but now seems to be managing his tires maybe a bit better than Denny Hamlin. Logano got a bit tight that time through 3 and 4, almost got in the wall, had to lift. Hamlin looking a little loose off the exit of the corner as he had the right rear corner panel flailing out from underneath him. Lacking for grip. Again, we're about 10 laps, maybe a little less than that, away from green flag pit stops. Who will be the first one to pit? It's a very tough pit road to get onto at Darlington as well. Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott swap for position there as Bell will make the pass for 5th. Elliott back to 6th. I wonder if Elliott may have gotten into the wall because he was 2.1 seconds off the lead before the commercial break. Now he lost a spot and he's about 3.3 seconds off the lead. make that 3.6. He continues to drop, and Daniel Suarez will battle Chase Elliott for 6th. Showing the replay here, Bell was underneath Elliott off the exit of turn 2. Elliott bobbled and may have grazed the wall, but regardless of the fact, he lost a lot of momentum with the bobble. And he did get a little bit of the wall after the bobble, so that explains why Elliott lost the momentum, and he goes, like I said, from 3.1 seconds off the lead back further. Joey Logano on pit road with 56 laps to go. This is a very early pit stop for Joey. William Byron also on pit road with Joey Logano, trying to cycle out ahead of the leaders if they can. They were both inside the top 5. Byron was 4th, Logano was 2nd. Sorry, Byron was 3rd and Logano was 2nd. Truex is 4th. Is it too early to pit, though, for Logano and Byron? Will they bring more cars onto pit road? And it sounds like Chase Briscoe may have hit the wall off turn 2, but we continue to stay green. Another Darlington stripe added to the counter. Ryan Blaney and Chase Briscoe were battling for position when Briscoe just lost it and ended up in the wall off turn 2. Pretty good hit on the 14 car as well. He's on pit road to change tires now. So again, we stay green. 55 to go. When will the rest of the leaders like Hamlin, Truex, Bell, and Elliott pit? Suarez in the top 5 as well. Bubba Wallace right behind him in 6th. $181 people watching right now. Late going in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. 52 laps to go. Hamlin, Truex, Bell, Elliott, and Suarez are the top 5. Suarez has just passed Elliott now for 4th. Bubba Wallace in 6th. Kurt Busch 7th. Eric Jones 8th. Eric Almirola 9th. And Austin Dillon rounds out the top 10. Chase Elliott is on pit road. A few laps after Joey Logano and Byron pit. Again, to split this stage in half, you'd have to pit right around 45 laps to go on green flag laps. And these guys pitting right now are pitting really just shy of the 35 lap marker to go, or 35 lap marker on these tires. So they're going to have to go a longer stint in the second half of the race, and that's why you're still seeing a lot of the leaders stay out when tires have mattered, like Hamlin, Truex, Bell, Suarez, Wallace, and others. And I think this is likely going to favor them in the long run. But where this could favor Joey Logano and William Byron is if we get a caution not too long after everybody else pits, bringing everybody else maybe back on pit road again before they get rained down by the drivers on fresher tires. Owen Howell, welcome to the stream. Dark Crypto, welcome as well. Straight out of NASCAR, welcome. A lot of new viewers to the channel here over the last few minutes. Again, thanks for tuning in. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Our goal is 100 likes on the stream today. I'll refresh the page and see where we're at right now. And Denny Hamlin from the race lead is on pit road. The 11 team's had a lot of pit road blunders this year, so we'll keep a close eye on him. Austin Dillon outside the top 10, also on pit road. Truex will take over the lead. Still about 51 to go when Hamlin pit. Not as early as Logano and Byron. Truex actually got around Hamlin before Hamlin pit. Hamlin got the wall off turn 2, and that's why Denny ended up bringing it to pit road when he did. Eric Almirola, who was in the top 10, also on pit road. When will Bell, Truex, Suarez, Wallace, and Kurt Busch pit, who now are the top 5? Truex is on pit road. That'll give Christopher Bell the race lead. Currently at 92 likes. Again, road to 2,000 subs. We're almost there, guys. Do these live streams every weekend. I'm not at the track. We'll be back again next weekend for Kansas for both the Truck Series and the Cup race. So again, Truck Series race Saturday night. Be here on the channel. We'll be doing live commentary just like this, and as well for the Cup race next Sunday at Kansas as well. Christopher Bell, Daniel Suarez still on the racetrack. Bubba Wallace is now in pit road. Todd Gilliland is in the pits. Other drivers that still have to pit would be Tyler Reddick, Austin Cindric, Christopher Bell, and Daniel Suarez. They're the 4 drivers that still have to make a stop before the end of this race. Christopher Bell is in the pits as we speak. So is Daniel Suarez. Suarez followed Bell on the pit road. Now Cindric and Reddick are the last 2 cars. Maybe just hoping for a caution. So it looks like a problem trying to get the right rear tire on Daniel Suarez's race car. He was running in 6th before the pit stop started, and this may cost him time during this green flag pit stop. Reddick, Cindric still on the track, and I wonder if they're just trying to split this in half because we still have 46 laps to go. They'd have to go a couple more laps to split the final stage in half on green flag laps. Logano is going to be the first one to be in the lead once everything cycles through. And then Byron would be in 2nd. I would assume Blaney and Harvick have pit already. They'll be, along with Stenhouse, I think all 3 of those guys pit, but they'll be running 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So we'll keep an eye on the leaderboard just to see what happens with the 47, 12, and the 4. I think they might have pit around the same time Byron and Logano pit, and that's probably why they were all inside the eventual top 5 right now. Logano, Byron will get around Cindric as Cindric is pitting. Tyler Reddick still on the racetrack and is the last car that still has to make a stop. He's 4 seconds ahead of Logano. We'll still be live for post-race. You'll get to listen to any post-race interviews following the race today as well, so stick around following the conclusion of this race. Talk about all the predictions I made in the pre-race as well, see how that stacked up, and then how the fantasy team as well as the fantasy league stacked up as well on the channel. Tyler Reddick still on the track, 43 laps to go and still has not pit. So Tyler Reddick, just getting word, Larry McReynolds was talking into the Fox booth. Tyler Reddick did make a stop at lap 231, which would have been with about 62 laps to go. So that would have meant that he was the first car in the pits. Him pitting that early, the guess and the plan is that he'll probably end up pitting a second time, because 62 laps is a lot to ask of on these tires. We haven't seen anybody go that far today. And even as far as Logano and Byron as well, I don't think we've seen a green flag run, or at least a tire stint long enough where drivers have even gone 56 laps like Logano and Byron when they pit with about 55, 56 to go. So it's going to be very interesting on the long run especially how their cars will fade compared to drivers who stayed out a lot longer like Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Christopher Bell, and others. Oh, what the heck is going on here? You got another bot in the chat. I accidentally unhit it. I didn't realize what I did there for a second. I meant to report it. Second bot we've had in the chat today. Sorry for that. It's the second bot we've seen. We had some in the live stream a couple nights ago, too. What night would that have been? Friday night. Caution is out Alex Bowman has gotten into the wall off turn 2 and is slow on the backstretch. 39 laps to go. The caution flag is out late at Darlington. And that is exactly what the 8 team of Tyler Reddick needed. Short pitting to get to the lead. And now is going to be interesting to see who pits and who stays out potentially, as we're probably going to have more strategy during the caution break. Reddick going for his first career win. That's a big caution. It's during the Fox side-by-side replay, or the commercial break, excuse me. Daniel Hernandez, welcome to the stream. Joey Logano needs to win. He does not have one yet. He did win stage 1 earlier. What do you do? Pit or stay out? That is interesting. Well, remember, I'm trying to think here. Drivers who will likely stay out. It looks like Ty Dillon will get the free pass in 21st. And Daniel Suarez had such a slow pit stop, by the way. He was in the top 10. They had problems with the right rear during green flag pit stops. He's a lap down, unfortunately, now, so that stinks for him. Bubba Wallace was one of the last cars to pit. It looks like everybody's going to be coming in this time, no matter when they pitted, though. So it looks like everybody is on pit road right now for 4 tires and to top off on fuel to the end of the race. This is the money stop for these teams. I'm surprised more cars didn't try to stay out on only about 10 laps on their tires, but it looks like everybody is in. Not wanting to risk it for track position. Tyler Reddick, Eric Jones on their way out of the pits. Logano had that number 1 pit box, and it may be used to his advantage, as it will be. Logano wins the race off of pit road with the number 1 pit box they had gotten after qualifying on the pole yesterday afternoon. And by a nose, Logano beat Tyler Reddick off the pit lane. So Reddick will get to restart in second. It looks like the 48 car still blowing smoke on the back straightaway after getting into the wall moments ago, bringing out the most recent caution. So smoke coming out from underneath the 48 car of Alex Bowman, might be on his way back to pit road again. Something's going on with the interior of that race car, or the underbody, whatever the course is. There'll be another caution according to Lisa Rogers. Well, cautions breed cautions, and we're under 40 to go. It's only our second caution to the final stage of the race. My prediction was 10 cautions today. That was our 8th total in the race. We had 4 in stage 1, 2 in stage 2, and now 2 in stage 3 so far. That would obviously count the stage ends. And the 48 car is on fire right now in the cockpit too. It looks like he needs to get out of there. Similar to what we saw out of BJ McLeod's car under a caution earlier in the race. Second fire we've seen today. He is back in his pit box right now as they're currently trying to put the extinguisher to the car. Two more cautions predicted from Billy Kramer. I'll put it in the poll. By the way, I didn't end the poll earlier. 243 votes for who was going to win this race. I think Larson ended up winning it. Forgot to end the poll earlier. My bad for that one. Actually, other one, 38%. I meant to end that at the drop of the green flag, but thank you all for voting anyway. On the poll in the chat. Again, 38% said other. Definitely not going to be Larson in this race. Could be Logano. He won the race off pit road. He'll get the restart as a controlled car. And from the lead this time. Not sure how many laps we're going to have left when we go green. They did not get the one to go single that time, and we have 35 to go right now. Still single file. I'll put another poll in the chat, though, before I get the leaderboard back up, and I'll ask you guys another question of how many cautions you think we're going to see the rest of this race. Misspelled many. Jamie Little with Alex Bowman.
Obviously a pretty miserable day for our ally Camaro. Greg and the guys were working hard on it, just was really out of the racetrack, didn't make any grip, and we could be super tight or super loose. Either way, we were really slow, and then something broke. It just went straight, and we hit the wall, and then whatever is on fire now. So I guess we put it out of its misery, but bummed for the guys. It was a pretty miserable day.
Mark Martin throwback, not so pretty going back to the garage.
Nope. Alex Bowman joins a list of stars done for the day. As you have a look at Darlington Raceway from our aerial coverage.
Again, you can put a vote down in the chat below for how many cautions you think you're going to see before, or we will see, as fans, as spectators, watching this race today. How many cautions you think we'll see before the end. Into the choose cone right now. By the way, I think Denny Hamlin had some sort of a pit road blunder. I didn't hear if he had a pit road speeding penalty or what the case was, but he was obviously in the top 3 when the pit stops happened last time, and he is currently outside the top 3. So again, vote down in the chat below. I'll bring the leaderboard back up for us. Looks like Hamlin's going to restart in 15th after a slow stop. Chunder Tunes, welcome to the stream. It's Martin Truex Jr.'s turn to take the checkered flag today. It could be. He'll be restarting in 4th. So Joey Logano looks the outside of the restart. Reddick, instead of taking the inside row 2, decided to take the outside of inside of row 1, took the outside of row 2. Byron will be on the inside of Joey Logano in row 1 on the restart. Into the Geico restart zone, 33 laps to go, green flag in the air. Logano spins his tires. That might give William Byron the launch on the inside lane. Byron has not led yet today. He looks low. Truex drove it in deep and almost gets into Tyler Reddick in turns 1 and 2. Stenhouse takes it 3 wide to the outside of Truex. Contact, and the 19 goes around. Oh, big wreck on the back straightaway. Kurt Busch is hard into the inside retaining wall. Bubba Wallace is in the wall as well as Cole Custer. Big crash off of turn 2. Truex got sideways, almost got into Tyler Reddick. Stenhouse went to the outside 3 wide after Truex had gotten loose to get around him. Got into the 19. He spun out in front of the field. Big hit for Kurt Busch into the wall as well as Bubba Wallace. Both the 2311 Toyotas involved. Truex took a heavy hit. Cole Custer was involved with a heavy hit. I'm not sure how much damage Stenhouse had, if he maybe got into the wall after getting into Truex. Big crash following the caution. Taking a look at the replay once again. Truex had a good run, drove it in a little too deep into 1 and 2, had to lift to keep it off of Tyler Reddick. Harvick went to the inside as Stenhouse went to the outside of the 19, causing contact between the 19 and the... Looked like Eric Jones of the 43 car also involved heavily, but contact between the 19 and the 47 spun the 19 out. Looking at the cars who got tallied in line behind with nowhere to go. Again, Cole Custer, Kurt Busch took a really hard hit. Bubba Wallace took a big hit to the inside wall as well. Ryan Blaney barely missed it to the outside. He had a little he probably has more damage than what I initially thought. He got into the back of Cole Custer when Custer got stacked up behind the 19 of Truex. The 14 car of Chase Briscoe in the similar circumstance where he kind of got stacked up and got into the door of Bubba Wallace's race car has damage from it. I did see the 43 with a big fender flare on the left front of his race car, so he's got heavy damage as well, despite not really spinning like the other 4 cars that spun to the bottom of the track. Blaney got a bit of damage to his car. Yeah, he did. Just a little bit. Well, yeah, the 43's got... The more I look at it, the more angles I see the damage on the 43 of Eric Jones. I see that he is likely not going to continue to the end, or if he does continue, he's going to be well off the pace. He was running top 10 most of the first half of the day, kind of faded back a bit, and he got into the back bumper of the 45 car of Kurt Busch in the accident, which was what sent the 45 car, probably the hardest of any car, into the inside wall. I think Joey Logano was in the lead when the caution had waved. Denny Hamlin was in the middle of it after restarting back in the pack. He's got damage to the left front of his race car as well, looking at the replays following the accident. It wasn't really all Stenhouse's fault. He did come down a little bit into Truex, but that's just 3 wide at Darlington. And the reason why he went 3 wide to the outside is because Martin Truex Jr. had gotten a little bit out of the throttle in the middle of the corner when trying to get around Reddick for third on the restart. He couldn't get around him. Stenhouse went high, Harvick went low. Yeah, Kurt couldn't really get on the brakes in time at the time of his hit into the wall, which made for a very vicious hit. They showed the in-car camera, and he was closing his eyes right before impact. So he knew and felt that it was going to be a really hard hit. He did get out of his race car. Cars involved in the wreck at lap 261 would include Chase Elliott, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, Chase Briscoe, Martin Truex Jr., Bubba Wallace, Cole Custer, Eric Jones, and Kurt Busch. Cars that were able to drive away, at least with the accident, was Briscoe, Blaney, Hamlin, and Elliott. They all have damage to the race cars, but not significant enough to take them out of the race. Do I see that right? Is Cody Ware in 9th place right now? He missed that? Cody Ware's in the top 10 late at Darlington. Hey, credit to him where credit's due. He stayed out of trouble today. He stayed on the lead lap. Cody Ware having a career day. And he missed this giant wreck on the restart with 33 laps to go late in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. So currently the top 10, I don't think Harrison Burton's in the lead. I don't know why it's showing him in the lead. We might have to wait for the scoring to update before I go through the leaderboard. I don't know if Cody Ware's actually in the top 10. I don't think Harrison Burton's in the top 10 either. But on Fox's leaderboard as well as ours, they had Burton in the lead. Now Burton's not in the lead on ours, but he is on Fox's leaderboard. But did I miss Burton first? Yeah, Burton's not in first. Big wreck off the exit of turn 2 has taken out many drivers following the lap 33 restart. Again, 8 were involved in the accident. 4 were able to drive away, but Blaney has a lot more damage than what it appeared originally to the front of his car. Not sure how much damage is on the 9 of Elliott. Hamlin had a bit of damage to the left front, was able to drive away, and same with the 14. Chase Briscoe. They're standing next to Bubba Wallace. You're going to get an interview from him as he has exited the infield care center following the accident. Fox is on a side-by-side commercial break right now during the caution, so you'll get interviews from all drivers involved in the wreck that have been released from the care center that are out of the race. Everybody seemingly had gotten out of the race cars under their own power. A couple big hits in there for Wallace and Busch, especially Kurt Busch. Looks like Martin Truex Jr.'s got quite a bit of damage to the right rear of his car, which of course was the contact that started it. Well, while we're waiting, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content on the road to 2,000 subs and on the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator in real realms down the road. Thank you for everybody tuning in today. Hit the like button as well. Our goal was 100 likes on today's stream, and currently we have... I have to refresh the page. Our goal was 100. We are at 101, so thank you for us hitting the goal of 100 likes 2 weeks in a row. Last week we set a record with 137. We could definitely do that today. We have well more than that watching this live stream right now. Last weekend we had about 371 people watching the Dover Cup race on that Monday afternoon on the channel. But we could definitely set that record today, so hit that like button. Again, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live race commentary for the real races on the weekend, video game races during the week, but all realistic commentary, helping my abilities and giving you guys the entertainment and the racing commentary, the racing entertainment in general on the channel on a daily basis. So again, Logano was in the lead when the caution had come out. So he'll get the ability to control the restart again following the next restart. Here's Jamie Little with Bubba Wallace.
Center. I know you're okay. What did you see there on that replay?
Just checked up in front of me and had enough time. You're in the wood off of 2 there, so just trying to figure out what I did to piss off the racing guys. Another great car, another good finish that was going to be there, and another disappointing result. So just frustrating. So thanks to the money line. For sure, was going to have a top 10. We had a top 10 car, so that's what we'll put on the debrief, but the results don't show that.
We'll see you next week in Kansas.
Bubba Wallace was running in the 8th place when that restart had happened before getting stacked up into that accident. And was in the top 10 all of the final stage. So definitely a tough finish to him. Kurt Busch as well was rallying after having a loose wheel earlier in the race. And he had gotten back in the top 10 before that accident as well. So on the restart, Logano will be on the outside of the front row, Byron on the inside of the front row. On the outside of row 2, Tyler Reddick. Inside row 2, Kevin Harvick, who has not won since 2020 in the Bristol night race. In row 3, we haven't talked about him at all today, but Justin Haley is inside row 3, Stenhouse on the outside row 3. Stenhouse had a second place finish last week in Dover. What's going to happen here? 25 laps to go at Darlington. Green flag back in the air. Logano may have spun his tires a bit on the restart. Byron hangs on the bottom, trying to steal his 3rd win of the season. Logano looking for his first. Harvick overdrives the corner just like Truex, and Stenhouse is in the wall off of turn 2. A nearly contact between Byron and Logano as Justin Haley and Tyler Reddick are battling for 3rd. Byron leads into turn 3 as Logano lost momentum and Reddick is underneath him for 2nd. Reddick not going to be able to hold the inside lane and Truex in line behind Joey Logano on the front straightaway in 2nd. Another crazy restart. I think Stenhouse's car is alright after getting squeezed into the wall by Kevin Harvick. Pandemonium all over the place there, and William Byron has the lead from Logano after Logano had got squeezed into the wall by the 24 car off turn 2 the 2nd lap after the restart. I don't think Logano might have appreciated that. He is running down the 24 car hard. Logano has led the most laps today with 106 laps led currently, and Byron, this is the first time he has led all day long. Trying to get the 2007 Jeff Gordon diecast throwback scheme to victory lane. Martin Truex Jr. is pulled behind the garage after being involved in the accident. He is out of the race as well. Was running top 5 all day before the spin. Bringing out the last caution. Christopher Bell battles to get around Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for 7th place. Stenhouse going backwards following the restart. Shout out to Justin Haley. We haven't talked about him, like I said, all day. It just out of nowhere restarted inside row 3 on the restart, is up to 4th right now. Great run for a pretty much rookie. He's not labeled as a rookie in the Cup Series. He does have a win and has ran the full schedule. Multiple years not running for points, both for Spire Motorsports and Colleague Racing, and part-time rides as well. Eric Almirola got into the wall a couple laps ago on the outside, battling the 34 car of Michael McDowell. And that adds now 31 to the strike counter that Fox has been trying to keep tabs on today. Byron is only 0.4 of a second right now ahead of Joey Logano. And trying to hold on. Byron is one of only 2 drivers with just 2 wins this year. He's looking for his 3rd. Logano, Reddick, Haley, all without wins this season, as well as Harvick. Byron, the only driver in the top 5 right now with a win this year. Him and Logano are the only 2 drivers with a win within the last 2 seasons that are in the top 5. 238 people watching it. Thanks for everybody tuning in. Just 20 laps to go in the Goodyear 400 Darlington Throwback race for the NASCAR Cup Series this afternoon on this Mother's Day Sunday edition. Byron maintaining his pace and is actually still trying to put a gap on Joey Logano. Was about a 10th quicker than Joey that last lap. Chase Elliott back to battling Kevin Harvick for 5th place now, a couple laps after the restart. These two had a rivalry towards the end of last season. See what the battle will look like right now. Byron still gapping Logano about 0.2 of a second quicker that last lap and has pushed the lead to 0.8 of a second over Joey. Definitely one of the better races Logano has had so far this season. But he's having troubles keeping up with Byron, who has taken the lead after squeezing Logano into the wall off this late restart. "21 cars on the lead lap. Few of them with damage from the last accident, like Blaney, Hamlin, Briscoe. And here's Jamie Little with Kurt Busch.
We're almost through the wreck, and I see some of these tips from behind. Everybody checking up. Wow, what a day. What a day for our McDonald's team. We just had really good long run speed, but pit road we struggled, and struggled a little bit on restarts, and did not need that at all.
Thanks, Kurt.
You know, I've never had very good luck with that.
Definitely a hard hit for Kurt Busch. Glad he's all right. Thought that was the same bot from earlier. I thought I reported it. I don't know. It's definitely reported now. Logano's trying to put together as good of laps as possible. Still have to manage tires a little bit to the end here. I know we only had 25 laps to go on the restart, but we've seen tires fall off after just 20 laps during the course of the run. So if it stays green, who's going to have a shot? And in fact, if we were talking about Logano trying to keep up with Byron, how about Tyler Reddick in the 8 car right now, battling Joey Logano for 2nd within a couple car lengths of the 22? Reddick may be the fastest car on the racetrack in 3rd, but is he going to have enough laps to try to run down not only Joey Logano to get around him for 2nd, but then after that run down the 24 of Byron? $13 to go. Logano gapped Reddick that time through turns 1 and 2 just a little bit more in the process. maybe a little quicker than Byron that last lap. It was a little tough to tell. A little bit quicker through turns 1 and 2 this time for Joey Logano versus the 24 of Byron. Both Byron, Logano, Reddick all ran the outside through 1-2 all the way along the wall, all the way through the corner. 0.8 of a second is the difference between first and second. It was about a second 2 laps ago. So Logano 1/10 of a second quicker than Byron each of the last 2 laps. Still 11 to go. Byron gets around the lap car of Denny Hamlin, who has damage from the most recent accident moments ago. And that might have costed Logano off the exit of turn 2. Byron seemed to have caught Hamlin in a much better spot than what Joey Logano did. Joey Logano is losing a little bit of time after getting caught up from Denny Hamlin a couple laps ago. Reddick has been able to catch the 22 again, and even if they do battle for second, that's going to limit the possibility that Byron would have of getting ran down by either the 22 or the 8 car as well. But at the same time, you can't blame Reddick for just wanting to sit behind Logano, hoping that he could get the fast laps to catch him, because he wants every position he can to the end of this race, especially considering the fact that Reddick came into this race just below the cutoff line on points for the playoffs. David Cormier, welcome to the stream. Udina, welcome to the stream as well. Thanks for tuning in late. Do you call all races at a local track? I do not. Just on the YouTube channel right now, as far as the commentary side of things go. Top 3 within 1.3 seconds of each other, and then Justin Haley in 4th is about 3.8 seconds off the lead as they run right now. In 4th place, Kevin Harvick is 5th, Chase Elliott 6th, Christopher Bell 7th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 8th, Michael McDowell 9th, and Austin Dillon has rallied back to 10th. Both RCR cars in the top 10 right now. An RCR affiliate of one of the Collie cars also in the top 5. Mentioned very briefly at the start of the race today that Kevin Harvick had 12 top 10 finishes at Darlington coming into today's race. Was not one of the must-haves, though. I figure with him starting out back with the backup car, hasn't looked as strong this year as far as consistency goes, that I didn't think he was going to have a shot to keep that streak alive. But here we are late in the race. He survived that accident. He's in 5th. Trying to hold off Elliott for the 5th place position. Looking to make it 13 in a row, which would actually break Bill Elliott's track record at Darlington for the most consecutive top 10s at this racetrack. Something to watch in the closing laps. 5 to go this time by. Joey Logano closed in on Byron the last couple laps and is within a half a second of the lead. Elliott went to the bottom to try and get around Kevin Harvick through turns 3 and 4. Couldn't do it as he fell in line behind him now on the front stretch. And then battling for 5th is allowing Christopher Bell in 7th to close the gap as well. Joey Logano is closing in on William Byron, now down to 0.4 of a second off the lead. Has he saved his tires for late in the run? And if he gets to the 24 car, how aggressive will he be? Remember on the restart, Byron had actually pinched Logano into the wall, which is what gave the 24 his first lead of the race. On that restart with 25 to go, you can see if you're watching the race on Fox Sports 1 right now that William Byron is wiggling a bit more in the middle of the corners. And Logano has closed the gap into turns 3 and 4. They are within about a car length and a half of each other off turn 4, coming to 3 to go. Logano is a lot smoother than Byron these last few laps, and he may get there. Reddick is in 3rd, 0.9 of a second off the lead. Business is picked up all of a sudden with just a few laps remaining. And there's a lap car that these guys are closing in on. It looks like it's J.J. Yaley in the 15. right in front of both Byron and Logano. Logano's close enough to definitely put pressure on the 24. Reddick's still 9/10 of a second off the lead. Yaley stays to the bottom of the track through 3 and 4. Logano and Byron equal through 3 and 4 this time. Logano trying to close. He actually got off turn 4 a little better than the 24. 2 laps to go into turn 1. Logano goes to the outside to 1 and 2. Byron goes to the bottom. He's going to try to diamond the corner off. It's going to allow Logano to carry a lot of speed off the outside lane, and he is on the back bumper of Byron. Lap and a half to go at Darlington. Goodyear 400. Logano drives it in deep. He moves Byron. He puts him in the wall. Joey Logano has just put William Byron in the wall in turns 3 and 4, and it looks like Logano will be leading coming to the white flag. Logano remembered he got put in the wall on the restart by Byron. He caught him with 2 to go, and Joey Logano is now moments away from getting his first win of 2022. He's led the most laps today. He wasted no time to make the move on the 24 car, put the bumper to him, knocked him into the wall. Haley's up to 3rd. Byron might have a flat tire. He is back to 7th and losing a bunch of positions. And it'll be Joey Logano winning at Darlington, clinching his spot into the playoffs today. Tyler Reddick is going to end up finishing in 2nd. Justin Haley 3rd. Kevin Harvick 4th. And Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5. Christopher Bell 6th. Michael McDowell 7th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 8th. Austin Dillon 9th. And Daniel Suarez comes back to round out the top 10. William Byron led with a lap and a half to go. Finishes 13th. After Logano put him in the wall with coming to the white flag, really, through 3 and 4. First win in over a calendar year for Logano. Warren Ward, I see you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Nathan Elliott. Again, on the last restart with 25 laps to go, Byron was on the inside, Logano was on the outside. They both had pretty equal restarts, but off turn 2, Byron had squeezed Logano into the wall. With contact forcing him pretty much into the wall to take the lead, but Byron couldn't get away. Logano ran him down in the final laps remaining in the race, especially those last 7 to 8 laps. He really closed. And he put the 24 car in the wall. And a little retaliation from Joey Logano late. You'll hear the interview from any drivers that we get interviews from. I would assume we're definitely going to get one from Byron. And you're about to hear Logano's interview on the front stretch here at Darlington. A lot of moves going Logano's way after he put Byron in the wall with 2 laps to go. Again, stick around for the post-race. You'll get to hear driver interviews, and we'll go through the full finish and results and more. Fantasy, how that ended up finishing off. Here's Regan Smith with Logano.
Ash, at the end of the race here, talk me through turn 3. You chase down William Byron. We see some contact, but you end up coming through with the win today.
Yeah, you're not going to put me in the wall and not get anything back. That's how that works. But, man, super proud of the Show Pennzoil team getting a victory here in Darlington. You know what it's like, Regan. I never won here in a cup race before, so proud of this race team. Great execution all day long. And, yeah, I tell you what, the coolest thing is getting this car in the victory lane. This is the car where it all started for me back in '95 in a quarter midget. It really, honestly, all the young kids racing out there right now, this could be you. I got Silver City Quarter Midget Club on the back, all the cool things that went along with this car, and to get into victory lane just means so much to me. And I can't, like I said, can't thank Shell enough for letting us do that, and Ford, and oh man, everybody that was along with this. It was a really special day. Having my dad drive the Mach 1 before the race. A lot of cool things happened today, and definitely ended it up on a keynote. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms, especially my mom, Brittany, back at home. I miss you. I love you, the boys, the girl, everybody. I got a big family now, but just rambling here. But I appreciate everybody. This is really cool.
Joey Logano, your winner on Mother's Day weekend in Darlington.
Again, Joey Logano had closed from about a second off the lead in the final 7 or 8 laps to get to William Byron's back bumper. Wasted no time. He basically used Byron as the brakes going into 3, knocked the 24 car into the wall. Byron saves it, but ends up falling back to 13th following the contact. That was after, on the restart, when William Byron had squeezed Joey Logano into the wall after running a full lap side by side when Byron was on the inside and Logano was on the outside. A little retaliation there, and they're standing next to William Byron right now. Here's Jamie Little with him.
It sounded almost like it was a retaliation thing. Did you guys have something happen before that?
No, I mean, we were really close off of 2, and I think it spooked him and got him tight, and he was right against the wall, and I got the lead. And he's just an idiot. I mean, he does this stuff all the time. I've seen it with other guys, and I mean, he drove in there 10 mile an hour too fast. And with these next-gen cars, you know, he slammed me so hard it knocked the whole right side off the car, and no way to make the corner. So, yeah, he's just a moron. He can't win a race, so he does it that way. So, I don't know. Well, yeah. It was close racing on the restart. We were faster than him. Obviously, at the end, right rear started to go away, and, yeah, he didn't even make it a contest.
Thank you.
Byron frustrated with Logano. Choice of words with him. I'm sure will be coming up after the race as well, maybe on Twitter. I don't know. We'll have to see in the coming days following conclusion of this race, but definitely it frustrated William Byron. Logano is another new winner this season. We've had 10 different winners in the first 12 races of the season. Logano is the first driver to win for Penske since Cindric won the Daytona 500 at the start of the season. Any other driver interviews we get going forward on the telecast, you guys will get to listen to it. We'll go through the full field finishing order and the rest of our post-race right now. Joy Joy Gang, unofficial, welcome to the stream as well. A little mixed reactions in the chat, it seems like, based off the finisher to William Byron, I guess, as far as his race is concerned. Byron, very, definitely the most, I guess, heated, I guess. I mean, he was upset and did end up, saying about Logano what he did. Probably the most upset I think I've ever seen William Byron. This was a guy that got wrecked for a win late last year, too, in the Roval by Tyler Reddick. But he definitely did not appreciate what Logano did there. So Joey Logano, your winner today. Margin of victory, 0.7 of a second. Tyler Reddick ends up finishing in second place. So close to his first career win again. Great performance from Reddick. Justin Haley shines bright today, also getting a top 5, finishing in third. Kevin Harvick ends up with a quiet fourth place run, and Chase Elliott from the rear of the field along with Harvick rounds out the top 5 and 5th. Christopher Bell ends up finishing 6th. Michael McDowell finishes 7th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has another back-to-back top 10, finishing 8th. Austin Dillon 9th, and Daniel Suarez rounds out the top 10. Eric Almirola ends up finishing at 11th. Ty Dillon 12th. 13th is William Byron. 14th is Harrison Burton, and Todd Gilliland at 15th. Chris Buescher 16th. Ryan Blaney 17th. Austin Cindric 18th. Cody Ware 19th, and Chase Briscoe rounds out the top 20. Those all finished on the lead lap in the top 20 as well. Denny Hamlin 21st, Landon Castle 22nd, J.J. Yaley 23rd. And then everybody from 24th on back ended up DNFing from this race. Martin Truex Jr., Eric Jones in 25th. Truex was 24th. Cole Custer 26th. 27th was Bubba Wallace. Kurt Busch 28th. Alex Bowman 29th. 30th was Ross Chastain. Daniel Hemrick 31st. BJ McLeod 32nd, Kyle Busch 33rd, Brad Keselowski 34th, Corey LaJoie 35th, and Kyle Larson had engine issues earlier in the race that dropped him out midway through stage 2. He finishes last today. 9 cautions total. I was 1 off from getting that prediction right, but Joey Logano will go to victory lane in this one after qualifying on the pole and leading the most laps with 108 laps led. Kansas City, Missouri rail fan. Sad Truex didn't win. Yeah, it's unfortunate he got in the wall there late. Or he got in that spin late. Sparked that big accident after nearly getting into Reddick on the restart. He did a great job keeping it off of him. But when he lifted, especially the restart when everybody's pretty much full throttle on the restart, getting up to speed through 1 and 2. Harvick didn't want to lift. He went low. Stenhouse went high. They were 3 wide off turn 2 at Darlington. Never going to work, and it didn't that time. Sparked an 8-car accident. So Fox's telecast is done. Those are the only interviews you're going to see from this race today. But thanks for everybody tuning in. We'll now look at the fantasy results from this weekend in the Fantasy League. You can join the NASCAR mobile app or website. Or actually, hang on. Before we do that, we have to look at the results again. We need to see how the Spotlight drivers did this weekend. I almost forgot to look. See how my predictions went. Hopefully I can get the raw feedback. Come on. Come on, NASCAR. I need to get the raw feedback on the channel so I can look at the results. There we go. Okay, good thing I could get back into it. Took so long to get into it the first time. Alright, so the drivers I had on the must-have list today, they were absolutely going to have good runs. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson, they both finished outside the top 10, unfortunately. And I ended up having Kyle Larson to win today's race. He finishes last. Hamlin had a fast car, was running top 10 at the time of being involved in the accident when he was. Kyle Larson obviously ran really well early. Looked like he may have had the fastest car in the field, at least at the beginning of the day, and making his way back in the top 10 before having the engine failure after having a spin before that in stage 1, where he ended up saving it and didn't save anything. 12 different winners. We actually have 10 different winners in 12 races. Unless that's your prediction that we only get 12 regular season. There are only 6 spots available left for the playoffs, though. Logano being another new winner today. Sleeper picks coming into today's race. I picked Austin Dillon to get a top 10 along with Ross Chastain. Austin Dillon with a great run. Ends up... hang on, this running order is not accurate at all. Oh, there's 30 to go. Why did he do that? Maybe that's why they haven't had the raw feed on in a while. Let's see here. I was going to say, Dillon did have a top 10. He ended up finishing 9th, so I was right on my prediction with Austin Dillon getting a top 10. Ross Chastain, unfortunately, wrecked while battling for the lead late. He was on the inside of Joey Logano on a restart. Denny Hamlin, rather, I believe. No, yeah, it was Logano. He was on the inside of Logano on a restart. Got a bit sideways. Did a great job keeping it off Logano, but unfortunately he ended up in the wall head on the inside of the racetrack. He ended up finishing in 30th, so 1 for 2 with the sleeper picks, and then the don't have picks were Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott. Blaney finished 17th. I was right on him. He had damage from that last accident as well. He was running just outside the top 10 when the accident happened, and Chase Elliott had a great rally today, getting a 5th place finish, proving me wrong in the post-race with, of course, ended up again, getting that good finish at the end of the race. I didn't say he was going to get a top 10 with the lack of practice and the fact he only had 3 top 10s at this track in the last 8 races. And in 10 career starts at Darlington going into today's race, only had 4 top 10s. Not one of his better racetracks, but he definitely proved to have a fast car today and was the highest finishing Hendrick driver at the end. Not many people had throwback schemes. I think a lot of them did, but I will say there were more this year that didn't have them than any. In fact, just of the top finishers alone, Reddick didn't have one. Haley didn't have one. Who else didn't have one that ran towards the front? Stenhouse, he finished 8th. He didn't have one. Trying to think of other drivers who didn't have a throwback scheme. Blaney didn't have one, I know. That might have been about it. Daniel Hemrick, I don't think, had one either. I don't think either of the colleague cars had throwback schemes. Yeah, there were quite a few throwbacks. It just happened to be the guys that finished towards the front of the field, they happened to not have any. For the most part. So those were the spotlight finishers today. So overall, I believe I went 2 for 6 on my predictions this week. So not great for the second straight week. Actually, my bad. Last week I did good on the predictions. This week I did not. I was thinking 2 weeks ago, Talladega, I did terrible on the predictions. And we'll check out the fantasy, obviously how my fantasy team did. Oh, come on. Well, it's not letting me log into fantasy right now. Okay, so it looks like I can get into fantasy on the website. I'll just read it off on my phone. You can join the NASCAR mobile app or website. You can see where it says fantasy. If you press play now, you can sign up. Free to join. Search for KRC League. KRC in all caps, capital L on League. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win the regular season or the playoff championship. And I'll read to you guys who I had in my team today, where they finished, how that played off, and then read you guys the top finishers for this week in the Fantasy League as well. So this weekend I had Larson, who was my pick to win. Unfortunately, only had 1 point. Kyle Busch had wrecked out early after running great and having 7 stage points, unfortunately. Hamlin and Truex both got caught up in wreck slate as well. They were also on my team. Chastain was in my garage after wrecking. The only driver who had a top 10 that was on my team this week was Austin Dillon, who finished in 9th. So not a great week for me there. As far as the bonus points go, I had a few of them. Byron beat Blaney, so I had that. Chastain beat Kyle Busch, so I had 10 bonus points there. Hamlin beat Truex, so I had bonus points there. And then I had Buescher beating Stenhouse, which Stenhouse beat him, so I got 30 of the 40 bonus points at least. And as far as the race results this weekend in the Fantasy League, looks like Juan with 222 points is your winner this week. P-Shat Motorsports with 201 points. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan with 196 in third. Jordan 1199, 194 points, finishing fourth. Nisi 23 rounds out the top 5 this week with 190 points scored. Again, that is barring the post-race inspection following the finish of tonight's race. And as far as the drivers on my team, as far as points scored this week, I had 2 drivers tied for 10th. 14th, 15th was in my garage, and then I had 27th and last in my lineup as well. So not a great week for me in fantasy this week. Definitely could have been better if I could have gotten Chastain in the lineup over Kyle Larson, even though he wrecked out. Chastain had 19 stage points, so that definitely costed me there as well. But that is going to wrap it up for today's post-race show and today's live commentary live stream. The website is on either NASCAR's mobile app, you can find it there, or NASCAR's website, so NASCAR.com. You can join the fantasy leagues on either one of those. But thank you for everybody tuning in here today. The polls for how many cautions we were going to see at the end of the race, it ended up being 1 when I asked the question. The poll ended up winning with 2. Fairly close on your guys' predictions on that. Vlogs and Gaming with Tommy, welcome to stream, watching this on TV and iPad. Well, thank you. Thanks for tuning in late, and hopefully you liked and subscribed. We hit our goal today on likes, which was 100. Let me refresh the page real quick. Last I saw, we were at 101. 117, so just shy of the record of 137, which was last week at Dover. But over 1.9 thousand subscribers on the channel now. Thank you so much for those of you that did subscribe. Definitely do so. We'll be back at it again next week for the Cup Series on Sunday and also for the Truck Series. So if you're watching right now, Saturday night, I will be doing live commentary for the truck race at Kansas. I believe that starts at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I can actually look on NASCAR's website while you guys are here, just to verify the start times. But Truck Series Saturday night next week, I'll be doing live commentary for that, as well as live commentary for the Cup race on Sunday. So doing both races next weekend. The Cup Series race will start at 3, so that means we'll be starting our live stream at 2:30 next afternoon for the Cup race. And then the truck race on Saturday night, we will be starting the stream at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. No pre-race for the Truck or Xfinity race live stream. So truck race, that live stream at 8 on Saturday night next week. And then again, the Cup race next weekend at 2:30 on Sunday afternoon. Those will be the next live race commentary live streams. Tomorrow night, we'll have a doubleheader on the channel again. NASCAR 21 Ignition. It'll be the Dover doubleheader, running both Dover races. Our first one will start tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Second race will be right around 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time whenever the first race comes to an end. So that will be tomorrow night's live streams on the channel. So starting at 5 will be NASCAR 05. Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be streaming NASCAR 21 Ignition, and it will be the Pocono doubleheader, both races at Pocono on the final season of NASCAR 21 Ignition tomorrow, as we have 9 races left till the playoffs going in. We'll have 7 leaving. We'll see how I do for the regular season standings, trying to run down Joey Logano, who now leads the regular season point standings following taking the points lead in the last race at Nashville earlier this week on Thursday night. So thank you, everybody, for watching. Again, like and subscribe as always, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night.